Welcome back for the third and final day of Rapid Chess here at Tata Steel Chess India. The women have been giving it their all. It's been a lot of fun. One player at the top. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, International Master Soumya Swaminathan. Soumya, Divya Deshmukh, she is the star, but there are people who want to give her a fight on this final day.
Absolutely. Divya has surprised one and all. Yesterday I even met Boris' girlfriend in the hotel lobby who was full of praise for her, and yeah, she deserves it all. She was here with us in the studio as well. Of course, there's Wenjun, who would like to win the tournament, not just finish well. So she's going to give her a tough fight. And in fact, Divya is playing the defending champion of the tournament, Anna Ushanina, in round 7.
Yeah, so there are no easy opponents, that's clear. And the final round, Divya actually plays Humpy Koneru. So all of the Indian fans will be watching that matchup. First match first. There's Anna Ushanina waiting. There's Humpy. She's ready for her game. She won round 6 yesterday, so she's probably on a more positive note, even though the tournament has not gone her way. And also, there are more fans in attendance today. It's nice to see that.
It's wonderful to see that. We also see Vantika and Shuvalova there. Vantika, of course, had a tough day yesterday, but she's here with her mom, and her mom is someone who's always cheerful and positive, so I hope her spirits will be back today thanks to her mom's encouragement, and maybe she'll have a great day again. Then there's Harika playing against Irina Krush with the black pieces. I saw Harika and Humpy having a small chat outside just now, and it was very nice to see them casually discuss with each other as friends just before the round. What do you usually discuss with your friends before the round, Robert?
You know, I just end up coming to the board at the last possible second, so I don't even have time to talk to my friends who are there. But I think just making it so the attitude is quite low. Like, we just get to hang out. We're not talking about chess. How was your evening? How are you feeling about today? And for both those players, they do have a chance to increase their score. They started very poorly in the tournament. Harika made 3 draws yesterday. Humpy did win that final game against Nino Batsiashvili, but there are high expectations, as we keep talking about, for these Indian stars, and they want to make their many fans happy.
Absolutely. I did meet Harika over breakfast, and she mentioned that she's been quite tired, especially playing the World Cup, then celebrating her daughter's birthday, then playing the WR Masters, and now here, the World Rapid Team Championship, and then over here. So she was feeling quite tired, but she said that today she's feeling much better, so maybe we can hope for her to have a great day as well. Of course, she's paired against Irina Krush, your countrymate.
Yeah, and Irina and Harika have had so many games against each other, whether it's an Olympiad or in some of the top tournaments. So they have a lot of experience going at one another. But, you know, at this stage, we are going to focus mostly on the leaders. It's not any personal favorites, but this is the final day. The Rapid and the Blitz, they do have separate scoreboards. So once today ends and we know who our winner is of the Rapid event, the Blitz, everyone gets to start fresh. And so, I think that's a good thing, because some Rapid and Blitz events, they combine the scores. So if you start like Nino, for example, she's 1.5 out of 6 right now. She probably isn't in the running if the scores are combined. But after today, she starts at 0 out of 0 like everybody else. That must feel very good for some of the players at the bottom.
It's always good to start a new tournament, you know. And I remember Humpy had a bad event in the World Rapid Blitz last year. I mean, not up to the mark for her at least, but she did win a silver in the Blitz championship immediately after. So you can always turn it around in the next tournament. And here we have kickoff. Anna playing the expected 1d4 against Divya Deshmukh, and Divya is yet to reply.
Yeah, maybe the players just settling in, trying to figure out the pace of the game.
You think the clock is not set correctly? I mean,
I think it's just the relay has for the first move, she'll have an hour and 10 minutes. Then as soon as she moves, it will go down. But I guess, Soumya, have you done this yourself? I know I have. There have been classical games where I've spent 10 minutes on the first move, not because I'm really thinking, but I'm just trying to play a little psychological game. Have you ever done anything like that?
I know. We just had a chat before the commentary started, and you did mention that you like to mix up your openings a little too much, but that's not usually the case with me unless my opponent surprises me. But Anna Ushanina here actually is a 1d4 player, and she's stuck to d4 in this tournament. So maybe Divya was just taking some time to meditate before replying.
Because Divya, we had her here in the studio. She said her goal is to just not lose all 3 games. But I think of her realistic, she must feel some pressure right now. All the newspapers are writing about her. All the questions are about Divya Deshmukh, this rising star. And she needs to focus on move by move. That's how you have to play the game of chess. And so far, it's very normal, right? She just developed her pieces. Nothing special thus far. So I think she probably was just trying to gather her feelings and stay composed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a Catalan on Divya's board right now. Let's have a look at what the other girls are doing and come back here.
For sure. It's nice to go to each and every game to start with, and then we will likely stay on this game for a large portion of it because, I mean, if Divya wins this game and Wenjun loses, we might already have a tournament winner. So
That would be epic, like to win a tournament like this with 2 rounds to spare. We will watch out. Let's go to Wenjun's game.
Okay.
Because she is the one who can actually catch Divya in this tournament. Rook, what? Okay, this is a Catalan, I suppose. And yes, black played a5. I think Nino went for this line against Anna as well yesterday with short castle and voluntarily going a5, but that was a different, Anna took a different route. And here queen c2, knight c6 and a3. So black looks okay. Black has prevented b4 forever.
Right.
And the a4 pawn is well defended with the bishop on d7. Did not create any weaknesses with b6 or c6 either. I think black achieved what she wanted.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual to see a knight on a5 like this and the pawn up on a4 in a Catalan, but she does cover most of the squares and ideas that white goes for. That said, a4 is one of those long-term potential weaknesses, especially if white can play this knight e5 move, open up this bishop on the long diagonal, try to get rid of this bishop on d7, but black does have everything under her control at the moment. And a big question, as always in the Catalan, is c5 a good move, or is it one that backfires because black doesn't actually have control of squares with her pawns? So if this pawn were on a6, then you never worry the b5 square. If it's on a7, you never worry about b6. But because it's out here, a move like c5, it does kind of give away these 2 squares if your pawn is up on c5.
Yeah, absolutely. And here yes, but c5 is such a typical idea in Catalan, and you do want to gain more space because white has the center control. White is actually ready to push e4 now as well. So I think black must play c5 either now or on the next move. But for example, if black plays a move like rook c8, let's say, preparing c5, and then we play e4, and c5 can already be met with d5, no?
Right.
So do we have time to wait, or we have to act fast?
I think that, especially her style is to act fast, to try to play energetically. So c5 is likely, but it's one of those moves you can't take back. So we're talking about weak squares left behind. This knight's still trying to jump out to e5. She's working to figure it out, and while she does that, maybe we can leave her to the task and move to another game just to continue our tour. Maybe Paulina next, since she's in third.
I think it's a Catalan day today at the event. We have Wantika playing Paulina. Again, Wantika's pet opening against the QGD is the Catalan, and we see it on the board. But it's a slightly unusual QGD because the bishop on f8 is still undeveloped. Usually it's on e7 already. And she's taken dc4. Maybe she's ready to play b5.
Yeah, play b5 or knight b6, trying to keep this pawn on c4. And Paulina's position, she's 3.5 out of 6. She also plays Divya in the 8th round. She knows that if she wants to win this rapid event, she needs to win her games. And I think the move order is very important in chess. We saw pawn takes c4, bishop g2. Oftentimes white can play queen a4 check and win this pawn back. But that is why Paulina in part played knight to d7. There's no check on a4, and she was ready to be greedy, to keep the pawn. And greed is not always bad. Oftentimes you pay the price for it, but in a game like this, especially against Wantika, who struggled mightily yesterday, lost all 3 games. Sonia, do you think it's a good decision from Paulina to play for a win, to keep an extra pawn?
Yeah, I think it's very much in her style as well to, play for activity. But I feel Wantika must also be feeling comfortable because Wantika likes to play these positional kind of setups. And here it's not so easy to keep the pawn. I mean, what if I play knight a3 next and grab knight to c4? Right now, queen takes c4 is also hanging. So maybe it's just not easy to maintain the pawn. But instead you have made the concession with a4. So you get the b4 square, and can you utilize that? Because the knight, if it was on b8, we could have developed it via a6 to b4, but now it's already on d7, so maybe it's not too much of a concession for white.
Yeah, what you're illustrating here is that chess is a game of trade-offs. The pawn went to a4 to stop the push to b5, or the knight coming to b6 because the a5 push, but it gives up this b4 square permanently. But the knight's already on d7, so it's such a mixed bag. And queen takes c4, I think, is what most of our audience would play. Let me get that pawn. Let me just try to restore the material equality. But queen takes c4 is often a move that's not played immediately, because when black strikes with c5 and rook c8, this queen is in the line of fire. So I do think it's a tough call for Vantika. She has already spent a lot of time, Polina, more time than she started the game with. I don't think I'm worried about her from an objective standpoint, but I think it depends on how she's forgiven herself for yesterday's debacle.
Yeah, you put it very nicely that you need to forgive yourself for your mistakes. I think that's the first step to get over a bad game, a bad day. And yeah, definitely hope that she has done that. She also has the rapid, 3 more games in the rapid and the blitz to look forward to. So she has a lot to look forward to in Calcutta itself. Bishop b7, yes. And I am expecting Vantika to not take, because she's a positionally sound player. She knows she shouldn't allow c5 very easily. Maybe knight on f3 moves to e5. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I wanted to move it somewhere, but e5 is wonderful.
It's just, yeah, common move.
It's just convenient. Yes, and it prevents c5, and if black takes, then we take it back and play queen c4, and the d5 square is not an outpost, because we can always push kick the knight back with e4. So this works out well for white. I'm wondering why Polina chose a passive opening like this. Now it looks quite passive. Initially it felt like she got a pawn, but now it just, the bishop on b7 looks very passive after knight e5.
Yeah, I actually like your move. I think that's what you first were going to indicate, knight to d2, and that opens up the diagonal, pinning the c-pawn, and just trying to take this pawn back with a knight. So I think white has several good options, but the problem with having multiple options is you start investing time, and Vantika is already down 8 minutes. It's not the end of the world just yet, but that could play a part later in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Vantika needs to play faster. Let's go to Irina Krush versus Harika's game, where both the players are playing quite fast. They have exchanged a number of pawns in the center. Just look at the position. How did they reach here? I think it was a Benoni. Okay.
Let's check.
No, it was not a Benoni. It was a Tarash. And then they exchanged too many pawns in the center.
Yeah, it seems like most of the center went away, and this is a nice tactic for those of you watching. It wasn't a piece blunder. Yes, white does take the bishop, but you'll see what happened in the game. The queen goes out with check to the king and to the knight, winning that piece back. So black has a little bit more space, which is why white trades the pawn. And then from here, give a couple checks, do a little dance, and both kings can castle. So I expect this move to be played. But Soumya, the bishop pair for white. So at the very least, it's a nice slight advantage without any risk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, white is happy to get this position. Black is the one who will have to think about where to put the bishop, first of all. Maybe to g4 and try to exchange a pair of bishops, but then, of course, white is not going to allow that. Just it looks comfortable for white, and you're also getting the e file for your rook. Yeah, just I would take white here.
Yeah, I think pretty much every player would, and the question is how to win a game of this nature, because there aren't too many queenside pawns, but they exist, and with pawns on both sides of the board, that's good news for the bishop, especially with the open space. Irina quickly brings a rook to e1, so we'll see how this game develops. Right now, equal material, but it's a knight against a bishop, and this bishop on c3 will be a nuisance, or it could go out to pretty much anywhere on the board and cause black some problems. So we do like Irina's position, but Harika has no true weaknesses just yet.
Alright, and let's go to the final game that we haven't covered yet, a matchup of generations. Hampi playing against Savita Shri. So this is a, what is this, Benoni? I think they got a Benoni on the board with g3, and white, instead of playing d5, took on c5. So it's an unusual opening, and only 7 moves played, Robert.
Yeah, early in this game, but this is one of those pawns that you immediately regret taking. So it's hanging, that's for sure. But queen takes c4, oh, and castle's played. As I try to show you the analysis move, queen takes c4 would not be so nice because rook c1, your queen's in line, the bishop back there is under attack, and you think you're going to castle and just keep developing. This knight comes to d5 where your queen's under attack, knight takes e7 check, the bishop is loose. This is just bad news, as well as knight c7, winning the rook in the corner.
Yeah, that's a tactic Savita will not miss, and she did not. She played castle, but it still feels a little more comfortable to be white here because the queen on c5 is out too early, and black's pieces on c8 and b8 are still undeveloped. What do you think white should play right now? Maybe just nf3 and castle, or should she go for something more direct?
I think it's a general plan. You'll play like a Marazzi bind structure, as we talked about. Rook c1, pawn b3, develop this knight, maybe even to h3 and f4 to control this d5 square. So it's all about stopping black's pawn breaks. Black is not going to play d5 with all of white's pieces aimed at that square. And of course, you can't play b5. Right now the rook is hanging, but also that square is under white's control as well. So I do agree with you. The queen's out too early. It's also in the line of fire. White has a nice pull, and for Humpy, if she can continue this advantage, increase it, and get another win, suddenly she'll be from 1 point to 3 points just like that.
Yeah, and these structures with g6, bishop g7, and maybe pawn to d6 in the future, they're not very easy to play if you're playing them for the first time with black, especially because white always has more space and her bishop on g2 is such a monster. So you always have to be very sure of what kind of pawn structure you want to take against this particular setup as black. And I'm concerned that Savita has already spent 19 minutes, but on the other hand, so has Humpy. So maybe they both are not sure how to handle this position and taking their time.
Yeah, they just want to be accurate because for Humpy right now, is this going to be a threat next move? Now that black has castled and this bishop is already protected, if you make a move like knight f3, perhaps queen takes c4 will be the response. So for Humpy and Savita, they don't have the evaluation bar off to the side. They don't know that white is slightly better. They can probably figure that out as very strong chess players, but there are all sorts of plans. Will this queen eventually come to h5, as you mentioned d6, and this bishop trying to trade off for white's very important piece? These are really big questions, and I think that they will be answered soon, but after some considerable thought.
Yeah, so we will come back to this game. Let's have a look at I think there's not much progress yet in Divya's game, so maybe we can have a look at what Vantika is doing against Shuvalova, because Shuvalova did play c5. And it is already quite critical, the position. Like maybe we take now on d4 as black. And I mean, I really don't like Vantika's clock either. She's down to 14 minutes. There's 11-minute difference between her and Shuvalova. And I mean, you want to play c5 as black in the Catalan, and you managed to do it. So what's there to complain?
Nothing at all. This queen went out to c2, took on c4, back to d3, did not go there in one turn, whereas black really wasted no time. Every move was with purpose. And that doesn't mean that Vantika has played badly. You see the evaluation bar saying white is completely fine, but white doesn't have the typical slight advantage anymore. It does feel like a pretty equal position, so to speak, and if you take on d4 as you suggested, knight takes d4, bishop g2, king g2, there's no way that white can claim an advantage here. In fact, I would prefer black's position because at some point this diagonal can be annoying for the white king, and that square you mentioned, b4 as well as b3, those are long-term weaknesses that white will have to deal with.
Yeah, it is not pleasant to be white here. And also the problem is that I need not even take on d4. I think that's why Shuvalova is thinking, because d5 is not a threat, and if you take on c5, I can take with the bishop or the knight. I have options, so maybe just bishop e7 and short castle and wait for white to show what she wants to do next.
And that's really instructive by you, because a lot of players think, I can take a pawn, I should take the pawn. But this is a lesson in keeping the tension. If pawn takes c5, you're going to see that, as you mentioned, knight takes c5 looks perfectly good. There's no check here. I simply block with my bishop. And if you trade queens, this just looks so good for black, whose knight is about to sink its teeth into the b3 square. So rook d1, this is that continued lesson in keeping the tension. pawn takes d4 at any moment, and maybe right now can be played, but black is going to castle. All of her pieces are developed. It's a nice start to the game for Shuvalova, who's also ahead by over 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And she continues playing fast. We'll come back to this one. Let's have a look at Divya and Anna Oshanina's game now. Divya has managed to break in the center with d5. What do you think, Robert?
I think she has a great position. We were just talking about the game between Humpy and Savita, saying that one of the reasons why white was better in that game was the control of the pawn breaks. Here, black says, I am going to break this position open. The queen is loose on c2. It's black's turn here. I would not take another lesson in pawn tension. There's no reason to help white develop and get the bishop out, because right now this knight can't move without dropping a pawn on c4. So I just play knight c6. At some point later in the game, we can take on c4. Soumya, I'm looking at this and I see no issues for black whatsoever, and to me a preferable position.
Yeah, it looks like Divya is so comfortable. She's also ahead on the clock, but she's taking her time, and rightfully. I mean, it's not something that you get to see every day, these kind of structures. So she's just thinking whether to take on c4 or play knight c6, or maybe something else like, I don't know, maybe develop the bishop. But developing to d7 would not be ideal. You want to put it to b7, right? So maybe b6 and bishop b7. Anyway, she goes knight c6 and also prevents knight e5 ideas. It's difficult for white. I mean, maybe a3, b4 is the way, but anyway, black will take on c4.
At any moment, and it can play a5 to stop this b4 push.
Right.
I think I sense in your tone we're struggling to find an active idea for white. Like,
yeah.
We see individual moves, maybe b3, maybe bishop b2, but there's no actual ideas behind it. Nothing that at least scares black.
Yeah, absolutely. Black is so comfortable, and Divya must be happy with the outcome of the opening. And now we will get to see a normal middle game, and we'll see how the players handle it. So let's go to Wenjun's game against Nino. Lots of things have happened since we last had a look at it. Knight came to c4 from f3.
Such a hard position to to understand.
How did the queen get to b8? I'm curious.
Yeah, let's look. So we left off after knight a5. This is exactly where we were. The rook went to b1 to avoid a fork. That knight on b3 doesn't attack a rook in the corner. We saw that the knight came in anyway, and then white said, all right, your knight is annoying me, let's trade it off the board. So there's the bishop pair for black, and then queen went to b8. What an interesting decision to develop her rook to the center.
Yeah, quite decent. I mean, queen on b8 is doing well right now, defending the b7 pawn, but we can always bring it to a7. This is very creative. This is very creative.
I really like this, and we see this in some Italian games.
Yes.
I can think of many top players using queen b8, queen a7 maneuver. But this move, rook a6, it's a rook lift that this square, and this square are all under white's control, but allows you to play b5 if you would like at some point, because your rook's not hanging in the corner anymore. And queen a7, at least the rook is more active. This is some fun chess from these players.
Yeah, I think Nino has decided to have fun today. You know, she had a bad day yesterday, and how to get back that mood, just to go and have fun like you would, Robert.
This is a lot of fun. We don't get to see chess like this very often, and Nino's an extremely creative player. Let's not forget she won a gold medal in Chennai at the Olympiad, so she's had great successes in India. This tournament thus far has not been one of those, but if she can beat the women's world champion with black, that's one of those you just add to the memory bank.
I know. I mean, even if you had a bad tournament, if you play one good game, you're so proud of yourself, and especially to beat a player like Wenjun would be the icing on the cake. So yeah, we really like black's approach to the position. We'll see how white handles it. Does white have any good ideas of her own?
It's hard to come up with because we keep talking about these e4 style moves, but if we see after e4, I think black is ready to kick this knight out of here, and when the knight comes back, let's keep pushing our pawns. We're gaining a ton of space on the queen side, and d5 can be met by a b4 type. It gets really messy, but I do think that with the bishop pair and an opening board, and with a pawn advantage on the queen side if you don't take on c5, I do like black's chances in this game. So Nino, I believe she has everything under control, and there's more pressure on Wenjun, not just because she's the women's world champion, but she's trying to catch up to Divya Deshmukh.
Yes, absolutely. And Nino, on the other hand, no pressure. we actually spoke about this with her during the dinner that we had, that she likes playing without any pressure. She enjoys chess much more that way. So I think she will definitely show us how to have more fun over the board in this game. Let's go to Irina Crush's game against Harika. Not much has changed, but we do need to have a look at it. After rook e1, the queen did not move. That's instructive that she did not feel the need to move her queen from the e file. I mean, that's something we are taught from our childhood, to never keep the queen in the same file as the rook. But she decides there's no good discovery, and so okay, fine, move your bishop wherever you want. I have no problems.
Yeah, this bishop has really no... Even if I could put on any square I wanted to, there's no square that causes black any issues. Bishop d3, it does hit the queen, it does hit the bishop. Then the black queen says, okay, I'll just sidestep to protect. So there was nothing to it for Irina. She agrees. She goes queen to b3. And now it's saying, do you have to move the queen? Because am I threatening something next? Maybe bishop a6 to win the b7 pawn. So you have to be really careful here for Harika. And maybe she should move her queen, or maybe she just moves her bishop in the rook's path to attack the white queen.
Right, and bishop e6, bishop c4 is no problem, because, okay, bishop takes and we also attack white's queen. So that's totally convenient for us here. I like bishop e6, and maybe she'll go for that. So let's have a look at what Hampi is doing against Savita. She has pushed the pawn to e4 in her game, blocking her own bishop but gaining more control of the center. How do you feel about the rook being on the a1 h8 diagonal, b3 having already been played? The king is still in the center, so she needs 2 more moves to castle. Meanwhile, black can create some tactics in the center with maybe a timely d5 break, or a b5 break, a6, b5 maybe.
Yeah, if you can take advantage of that rook's placement, it will be very nice for black. I mean, these are the type of ideas that sometimes work, and let's just see what it says.
Direct b5.
Sometimes, because knight takes b5, I think, is there a knight takes e? No, there's no way there's knight takes e4.
Knight g4, but then hg, yes.
Yeah, so how does this work? Okay, the engine says just play bishop b7 and sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to ignore that, because there's no human that plays in this manner, because it looks like you take the pawn and you bring your knight right back. So what does that really gain you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think e6 d5 or a6 b5 is more human, and
yes,
that's something we'll definitely consider. I'm a little curious. Yes, I understand Hampi played b3 to support the c4 pawn, but then why not rook c1 next? Why play h3? Because knight g4 a threat?
When she played it, I guess it was, but I was thinking that this knight could just develop somewhere, even knight h3, because knight g4 doesn't threaten anything with a knight h3, and I'm ready to castle. But she instead chooses h3, which looks like a reasonable move to stop any kind of queen h5 maneuvers. You play g4, and then the knight came out, and yeah, e4 actually the engine doesn't love, but from a strategic point of view it makes sense. It's just the bind.
And Savita has gone a6, Robert, so she wants to play b5. But the engine doesn't mind it for white, I understand it, but as a human you would be concerned about b5, no? And especially rook b8, b5, not even allowing any e5 ideas.
Right, it's a very simple plan for black, and then I think white will put the rook on c1 to stop b5, or at least make it harder to play with the queen in line with the rook. So it's a game of cat and mouse to some extent. Black is trying to play b5, white's trying to stop that from happening, and d5 will almost never happen, it would seem, because white has 4 pieces covering the square, and I think that she should just continue to develop. Knight e2, castle, maybe move this bishop out to e3 at some moment. I really like white's position.
Yeah, and now probably I also understand the point of h3, that she wants to go bishop e3 for knight e5, not allow knight d3 check, but maybe she didn't like that after knight e5, bishop e3, we attack the knight with the queen, with queen b4 or queen a5, we play queen d2, and then black gets knight to g4.
Right.
And so h3 was simply prophylaxis, but it's very, very deep, and it also takes some precious time in the opening.
I guess what Humpy's saying is, I've got all the time in the world. Black has no pawn breaks, no real control over key squares, and that's why she is taking her time, and now she's literally doing that by considering her next move. So while she does that, should we hop around once more?
Absolutely. Let's go to Divya's game, there is a queen trade offer by Anna. Divya might take it, or do you think she will let Anna take on c5 and play a developing move, maybe rook to d8?
This is one of the most deceptive types of positions in chess. You think, I trade queens, I make a draw. That's what a lot of people think, and especially newer players. With queens off the board, it's equal, it's an endgame, it's a draw. This is not an equal endgame because white's bishop is so much stronger than the bishop on c8. In fact, she avoids it altogether, and I was going to recommend that she probably keep the queens on the board because had she traded here, then white has very obvious ideas like knight to e5 or bishop to f4, use the d6 square. White's rooks connect very easily, and black just can't complete the development with this rook on a8, knight on c6, pawn on b7, and this bad bishop on c8.
Yeah, this is a very instructive point there, Robert, because I also was in the category of majority of people who thought it's equal after queen trade, but now that you point it out, I mean, it's very, very mature of Divya to understand this, take her time in this position. It was a critical position, and she decides not to trade queens and go back queen b6, and a move approved by the engine as well as Robert, and I agree.
I just think that this gives her more chances for active play. The queen trade wasn't bad. We saw the evaluation bar saying it should still be relatively even, slightly better for white, but I think from a practical point of view, it's a miserable position to play from black. You just don't have any activity of your own, so maybe she's trying to line up an e5 push, get the bishop out to e6, things of this nature that give her some counter chances.
Yeah, e5, bishop e6 actually looks very tempting now that you point it out. I think white will play b4, try to bring her bishop on the long diagonal of a1, h8. Yeah, I think equal, the position is equalish.
I like the ish at the end. It's just complicated, right?
Yeah.
It's a position that hasn't been defined. We don't know exactly what each side's plan is because b4 is one really good looking move to me, but maybe Anna says, I'm going to go in some other direction. I don't think she'll be pushing her e-pawn. That does leave too many weak squares behind, but I do like b4. That would be my first instinct as well.
Mm-hmm. One thing I just want to point out is when our bishop is on g2, usually e4 is always a good move to take control of the center, but when our bishop is enjoying this long diagonal, we don't really block it with e4 because we trade off the center control with the fact that our strong bishop is now doing not much behind her own pawns, and then we'll have to maybe reroute it to c4 and bring it on the better diagonal, which is too much work. So it's better to keep the pawn on e2.
Yeah, let's take the calmer approach to keep it here. And this pawn does defend the d3 square, which doesn't seem important just yet. But if that pawn goes up to e4 and a rook comes to d8 and maybe this knight goes to g4 and e5, things of that nature, squares like d3 become vulnerable. So I like the pawn back on e2, as do you. And I like the fact for Divya that Anna is spending time here. I mean, it's plenty of time for both players, but I do think that the more time that Anna spends, the more confident Divya will feel.
Well, she already does. Look at her body language. I mean, she's just sitting there in the boss mode.
CEO.
CEO.
And look how quickly she played. b4 and then e5.
She's so confident. It almost seems as if she's listening to music and, just chilling. But there are no signs of nerves. I mean, we were talking about how she must be feeling the pressure, but she really doesn't.
No, and she's feeling the position, right? This move e5, it looks like b5 would have stopped that pawn push because it removes the guard of the pawn. The knight is protecting it, but b5 would just be met by the knight moving away, and we see Divya and Anna on screen there. I mean, Divya, it's one of those chess postures where you almost look bored, You're like leaning to the side, but no, that's how she's concentrating. And Anna completes her development. I think Divya will do the same, and it still will be anyone's contest.
Absolutely. We'll come back to this game more often than the others, but let's go have a look at Wentika, who probably has an advantage against Polina Shuvalova. Good news for the Indian fans and for Wentika as well. I mean, what is e5 here? Wonderful tactic, because knight takes will run into bishop takes on b7, queen takes, and queen e5.
Right, that queen was guarding e5 and now it's removed over extended pieces.
And if we take on g2, I guess white takes on f6 first. And the knight on d7 is hanging. Oh, the engine doesn't like my idea.
Still likes it. Even this is really good for white.
and maybe bishop c6 is the only move, but then I thought we could play queen g4 and checkmate or pick up the bishop on b4.
This is clearly great for white. I mean, the engine may say there's some chances for black, but you're up a piece for just one pawn. This is the compensation against the white king, but any human who looks at this without an engine says white's winning.
Yeah.
Right, you're just up a piece for one pawn. So
exactly.
This is one of those moments where I say, I get you, engine. You're so strong. You're way better than all of us mere mortals. But this is a position that white will win almost all of the time.
Yes, absolutely. So Polina has 17 minutes on the clock, but she is in a worse position. Actually, it's losing in terms of chess analogies. I mean, chess phrases. And e5, I don't see a defense for black. Maybe knight d5 is the only way.
But even that might lose material because knight d5, knight takes d5. If you take with the pawn, do I still have this queen g4 move? I hit multiple pieces at the same time.
That's very instructive.
I don't immediately see the problem with this move here. You're just hitting multiple minor pieces.
This is very tough for Polina. I mean, the 16 minutes on the clock really don't help when you have blundered on the board. I remember Grishchuk's quote from the candidates. You know, he was very, very low on time. I think he was playing Wesley in the first round and he won this beautiful game with the rook lift, but he was very, very low on time. And someone asked him in the press conference, well, how do you feel about getting so low on time so early in the game? And he said, well, it doesn't matter if you checkmate your opponent. Probably they made a draw. Maybe he couldn't convert, but still, I mean, it's a great thought to have. And I always tell myself that whenever I'm in time pressure, that it's okay. You will, as long as you win the game, it doesn't matter.
You can't take that time with you.
Yeah.
Right? It stays at the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't add up. So e5 and Vantika in full control in this game. We cannot really find a defense for black. So maybe Polina will show us something, or maybe Vantika brings home the full point.
That would be really good news for Divya, right? Because Polina is one of the people chasing her.
Yeah.
She's 2 points behind, and Polina plays Divya in the 8th round. So
Yeah, absolutely.
if Vantika can beat Polina, suddenly the chase will just be down to 2 people, Wenjun and Divya for first place.
Yeah, it's a crucial game for Divya as well. Let's go to Wenjun's game because we haven't looked at that for a long time. Wenjun also in contention for first place, playing against Batsiashvili. Nino, bishop to d5, and the knights are wonderfully placed on c4 and e4. As we said, it's quite an unusual game, this one. I mean, we don't see this setup very often with the knights both in the center. Actually, the knight on c4 can jump to e5 as well right now. I mean, it's so hard to evaluate it.
Yeah, every move seems to be difficult for each side. Is rook c6 a threat? I'm not even sure, but that knight is pinned. And if the knight moves, maybe there is this bishop b3 tactic at some point. Is there a knight c5 to consider? White's moves feel challenging, and these knights are also staring at each other. These bishops are looking at each other through the diagonal. It says white's slightly better, but if I were the players, I would have no idea who is better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think players are simply thinking about their next move right now, not about the evaluation. And bishop d5, yeah, rook c6 is a great spot because, for example, if white plays something like h4, which is a normal looking move, I guess rook c6 and already white is in some trouble. Maybe queen d3 is the only move, yes, because knight on e4 is hanging.
Barely surviving though, right? Because this knight's under attack, this knight's under attack, but that just goes to show that white's position's a little flimsy, right? You're barely holding on if you're not careful, and that's a careful move. That's a very, very good move. Protecting the knight once more, stopping the bishop from coming to b3 ever. I like that move a lot because you're also threatening the c7 pawn.
Yeah, and also black doesn't get c5 very easily, which is annoying. And the queen is still on b8, doing nothing at all. It's only defending c7, which is actually attacked twice right now. So rook c6 might be played, but then it runs into queen a4. Oops, we blunder a pawn. I mean, black has a move like b5, but the queen is not trapped because queen a5 exists, and we are okay as white, no?
That's amazing. The queen barely escapes. It's the only safe square, but it's safe enough. It gets away with it. And white is up a pawn and much better. So I do think that c6 is likely, but then what's that rook doing over here?
Yeah,
it's
then
a bit passive.
the whole strategy collapsed, no? Because you wanted to bring the rook on the third, lift it on the third rank somewhere, but now it's doing nothing on a6. And what does the queen do next? This is getting very awkward for black.
It's a good word for it, awkward. And it's one of these positions that engine's like, it's no problem. I'll just defend passively. But humans do struggle with that. We like to have active plans of our own. And if our best move is c6, which takes away the rank from the rook, then we might struggle a little bit. And, she's taking her time. She may want to sacrifice a pawn for activity. It's a common plan for top-level players. But for now, she has her work cut out for her. So are there any other games that we should hop on over to?
Absolutely. Let's go to Humpy's game. It looks like she has managed to get everything going for her in this opening. Out of the opening, she's castled. She's got her bishop to e3. She sent the queen back to d8. She must be happy with what she's got. And Savita, on the other hand, doesn't have many weaknesses, but her position is very, very passive. And I'm just curious, why didn't black play b5 here? Was it a blunder?
I think it's probably because the c6 square, she really was putting all her hopes on b5. But then the knight comes into d4, threatening knight to c6 with a fork of queen and rook, and then you win this pawn because you have both of your knights over here. So she really, really wanted to play b5, and then she recognized, oh, unfortunately the tactics don't work out. And Soumya, is it just me, or does this remind you of the game between Divya and Irina Krush a little bit?
Oh, really?
Yeah, where Divya had the Maraxi bind, the control. Eventually, she went this knight d5 move at the right moment, and then she ended up winning one pawn and eventually a second in the game. But I feel like she had all the control in the early moments.
Yeah, and Humpy must be really enjoying this position because she's so good at keeping control. She's a player who plays with a lot of patience and plays slow, strategically improving moves, and this is exactly the kind of position she must have aimed for against Savita, who loves playing open positions, which she doesn't have here. She doesn't have any breaks. b5 is so difficult to get. If you put your bishop on b7, it prevents b5 even further, but you have to.
Yeah, that's got to be black. You can pre-move that move for black. That's probably going to be played. And for white, that's the big question. What is your plan? f4 is one of the moves you often like, but then wish you could take back because it does loosen your control in the future of the e4 square. This knight on e2, not really playing its part. I would actually consider g4 and knight to g3 and maybe pawn to g5. Just gain even more space in the position because black doesn't have a single piece past her own third rank.
Right, and one plan I always like in the Sicilian for white is to just push pawns on the king side with f4 and g4 and g5 because we have all the space in the world and we want to make use of it, even f5 later. So white has options and all of them look quite good.
Yeah, that's a great summary of the game. Humpy is better. She has all the options in the world, and she could get her second victory in a row, which would be so nice for her fans. It will not be very nice for Savita. But Savita, she's a great fighter, and maybe she'll put up some great resistance because she'll need to dig deep. Her position is worse.
We should definitely go have a look at Vantika's game because she is getting another pawn. She's going to be 2 pawns up against Polina Shuvalova. It looks so difficult for Polina right now. But Polina managed to save the piece. How did she do that?
It looks like around here when the pawn went up to e5 and the knight jumped in, we saw a trade of bishops here, and after queen g4, a6. So it's a very smart move there. The knight, if it goes to d4, the bishop's no longer attacked. If it goes back to a3 or c3, the bishop takes it. So she saved a piece, but she wasn't able to save all her pawns. First, this pawn on b5, next, this pawn on d5, and the only good news for Polina is the clock. That she's up a lot of time. And I guess the second bit of good news is that white hasn't completed the development, and there is some pressure towards the white king. So maybe there's some outside chances for Polina.
Yeah, now that you point it out, I mean, queen b7 coming to e4 or f3 next, and if our bishop was already on f4, then we could simply double on the d file with rook d1. But yeah, the development problems and the weakness around white's king will provide some compensation for black.
And that's why she put queen a8. She's staring down the diagonal and also putting some pressure on a4. Watch out for some tactics later in the game, but I think that what Polina is doing, I think mentally what you have to do, people ask, how do you defend positions like this? White is up 2 pawns in total, but white's really up 1 pawn on different parts of the board. White is up 2 against 1 here, and then 4 against 3 on this side. So it's 2 separate 1 pawn advantages, and that actually makes black's life a little bit better. Because if white was just up 2 pawns in the center, like if we could put this pawn on d4, the game's just, okay, our rook is hanging, but the point is, if we get everything coordinated, the game is over. But the fact that they're separated makes white's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, very instructive indeed. And if, for example, if we move our rook, then the queen comes to e4 and f3. So I really don't see very good ideas for white here, but it's definitely winning for white according to the engine. So maybe we don't move the rook and bring our queen back to d3, supporting the rook and keeping the d file.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the only way.
Just trying to keep it. And that's why Paulina put her queen a8. She wants to play rook d8 next. If she went queen b7, which looked more active, I'm just going to show this really quickly. Rook d8 is possible now, but it wasn't possible with the queen on b7 because the rook would be hanging. So that's such a smart move from Paulina. And you actually see the evaluation bar saying that black is right back in the game. That means that white's position, despite 2 pawns ahead, it's much more difficult than immediately meets the eye. There might only be one path to keeping the advantage for real.
So in fact, it's easier to play as black than white here, as long as you find a move like queen a8, even though white is having the material advantage. And yeah, tough for Wantika in that case, because she also has lesser amount of time, 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, we will come back to this game very soon. Let's have a look at Wenjun's game and we come back here, because that looks so equal to me, Robert.
Okay, let's go there. And by the way, queen b3 was played by Wantika. Very nice move. She stays off the d file. But here, Wenjun against Nino Batsiashvili. What's the material count? Even. So both sides have queen, rook, and 7 pawns. But white has control of the only open file. This is one of these positions that at first glance it looks okay, not much, but we can, of course, note that white has a clear advantage. a4 is a weakness. This rook can plant itself on d6. Ooh, this is pleasant for Wenjun.
Yeah, she must be having a very good time over the board, because she has so many options, and it's a position for 2 results. You can never lose, and black is very, very passive. Let's have a look at how Harika is doing against Irina. Let's have a quick glance through all the boards and come back to Wantika's game, because Wantika also has very less time on the clock.
Okay, so Irina with the white pieces against Harika. Earlier we saw that it was a bishop pair for Irina, and now it is not a pair of bishops, but it is a bishop versus a knight. I do think that Harika, I was going to say very solid, but there's no f-pawn anymore. So not only does white have a bishop, black has an isolated pawn and a worse structure.
Right, I think white is, yes, as you pointed out, white is better, and black will have her task cut out in this game. We can quickly have a look at how Divya is doing against Anna, and then go back to Wantika's game. Queen. They managed to exchange a pawn on the queen side with the A and B pawns, and I think white is also okay. As we discussed, this is just a complex position.
But look at the clock. Every time I say when we watch Anna Uchenna's games, you have to look at the clock, and she's down 7 minutes here. So it's a position where I like black. I think black is better coordinated. And what is white's queen doing on b1? It stares at b7, but there's a sneaky, that f2 pawn over here, that's in the queen's sights. I think that white does have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, I mean, now that you point out, actually queen a7 was the last move. So she wants to play bishop c5 and knight g4. And if white cannot pick up the e5 pawn, it's a blunder, because the d2 knight is hanging. Let's just point that out quickly. So actually white is on the defensive, because queen on b1 doing nothing to help her king or any of her other pieces, badly placed, and it makes such a big difference, a queen being badly placed. And it's actually similar to Nino's game, where her queen is on b8 doing nothing much, and she paid the cost for it.
Yeah, this queen, I guess it is putting pressure here, but the knight covers that, so it's not, even if you play knight g5, there's no checkmate threat, and the bishop will move out the way. So I do think that Divya has great chances here. She's up 8+ minutes. That is so much time, and if she wins and Wenjun loses, Wenjun's not going to lose. So let's be honest about that position.
Yes.
But if that were to happen,
Yeah.
then we might already have a champion.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, her winning is extremely crucial for her to keep the lead and win the tournament. So, knight g5 played on the board, maybe bishop g4 and attack white a little more. e3 will be actually a weakness because after bishop c5 we can even consider taking on e3 in the future. All kinds of tactics in the air. It's not at all easy for Anna. Anna seems to be getting into these passive positions with less time on the clock every day. She needs to think about that in the Blitz games. But right now, the rapid section is going on, and this game is definitely in Divya's favor. Let's go to Vantika's game because that was very exciting. Vantika did manage to keep things under control.
Wow, she developed all her pieces. Now she really is 2 pawns ahead. Now I feel confident in her chances. This move right here, queen b3, such a star move. Queen d3 was so tempting to control an open file, but now after rook d8, you swap rooks. Your queen is not in the line of fire. It allows you to develop your bishop. Out it goes to g5 with tempo against the rook. The rook did move to e8, and then the rook came to e1. So she completed her development. Now she has a clean advantage, no risk. It's hard to convert, that's clear, but at least she's not in any danger except for on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Very impressive play by Vantika. Queen b3 was definitely the move of the round. It has to be found, there is no other way to keep the advantage, I suppose. So kudos to her for finding it in such less time as well. And she's doing everything right, She's played h4, also prevented any kind of g5 tactics, and created gained more space on the king side. She can play on both sides of the board as well as the center. The rook is free to shift to the d file as well.
Yes, she's free to pretty much do whatever she wants. And look at the control. d5, e4, f3, all under white's control. So this queen on a8, long-range piece, it can't quite get in to where it needs to go to give black the counterplay. I think Vantika is doing an excellent job. I'm just worried about her clock. It's one of these positions where you lose one of your pawns and suddenly it increases Polina's drawing chances. But Polina right now is playing to survive, not to win.
Yeah, like we saw in the Irina versus Vantika game, it was very much winning for Irina initially, but then they had same side pawns and it came into this wonderfully thematic drawn position, which anyway Irina won. So in endgames, things can go either side if the pawns are on the same side. As long as they keep pawns on both the sides, it's okay. And maybe it's a clear plan, right? Queen c2 I really like, and now push b4 and try to create a passer on the queen side. That's it.
She just keeps her control, right? The queen also can go to e4 at some moment, try to trade off the queens. That could be useful for her, or a rook jump up the board. But she's controlling the entire board, and this king lost its escape score. So if this rook can land on the back rank, that would be checkmate.
Yeah, fantastic. I think Vantika is playing her best game of the tournament so far if she manages to convert it. Do you want to stick to this game, Robert, and or shall we have a look at how Harika is doing against Irina and some other games as well?
Okay, why don't we look... well, queen just came into f3, and because Vantika's down under 20 seconds, let's see how she responds. That's a scary move to see. There's rook g6, there's all sorts of threats against the white king. Rook takes g3 because the bishop pins this pawn. Now she's under 10 seconds. This is one of those positions that really could go wrong if you're not careful. Look at this. Speaking of careful, protecting this, attacking the bishop, covering all the pawns in the position. I like it.
Absolutely. She's playing fantastic chess. Now bishop is attacked, so bishop to c5 is literally the only move. And white can even consider playing queen to e2 as well, trying to trade off. And if black goes back, then we are out of danger. And then go rook d1. So yeah, I think Vantika is in control, even though she's down to 16 seconds on the clock. That's a spot of bother there, but she's in control over the board.
For sure. And actually, your move from before, b4, looks very strong. Kick the bishop back somewhere. Then maybe play a5. Get rid of any problems on the queen side and then play with the free hand. So Vantika in fantastic shape. She, I think, did just play b4.
Wow.
Great move by her. And she's gaining time. The 10 seconds added per move. There's an increment in these games that really helps at this stage.
She's so focused. Look at her body language. Some players, they just get more and more focused as the time decreases because they have that pressure going on. Like, people who love to procrastinate also do that, right? Like, on the last minute, they are like, turn out to be superstars. So Vantika as well, she's playing so fast, so confidently. I love how she's handled this game.
Every
so
move
impressive.
has been really good. This rook c1, now she wants to go deliver a back rank check that could lead to checkmate if a black isn't careful. So we should keep an eye on this. I do want to look at the Divya game against Anna Ushanina because Anna was in so much time trouble, that is. So let's go over to that game of our leader, Divya Deshmukh. We will make sure to look at Vantika's game as well. And Anna is down to 35 seconds. So she does not have a lot of time. This looks like it could be a classical game, right, where both players should have 30 minutes remaining, plenty of time to calculate. But with 35 seconds, this is going to be tricky.
It's very tricky, and there is a sacrifice waiting to happen on e3. I mean, I'm sure Divya understands this. She might bring her bishop to c5 or the knight to g4. It's h6. Okay, it's 6 on the board, and yeah, I understand it's 6 because there's always this problem with f7 pawn with the knight on g5. So even though it's guarded, you just want to get everything out of the way. And knight e4, knight d5. Okay, that was also the point.
And played very quickly. She did that 1-2 punch that we've talked about. h6 she thought about. Then when the knight moved out, she immediately played knight d5, putting Anna back on the clock. But look at this move. Knight c4, putting pressure on e5. She eventually wants to get a rook to b1 as well to go after the b7 pawn.
Wow. I would be really concerned about a b5 sacrifice here. But it looks like it doesn't work because the rook on c8 also needs to guard the c6 knight. So b5, queen b5, rook b8 simply is unavailable.
Yeah, can we do that? Just jump over the rook and try to win the queen. But good point by you that the rook needs to get to b8 but can't. Knight takes c3. And Anna is going to take it back with her knight. And look at this bishop. This is why we say don't put the pawn on e4. Then black would have the d4 square. But also the knight can come to d5 or b5. The bishop is exerting its force. And this bishop on h5, it's kind of a bystander.
Exactly. I was just wondering if you could pick it up and put it on e6. Then it would be ideally placed. But on h5, it's completely out of place. Maybe bishop g6, bishop d3 is a possibility here. Yeah, that looks like a decent move, and it's completely unclear, the position, as they used to say in the informators.
It's such a cop-out. Unclear.
Which most of the audience doesn't even know about.
They don't know what that is, but they know what unclear means, and they're like, yeah, every chess position is unclear to me. Like, we're supposed to help them understand it, and sometimes the position is that difficult to assess. And here, I think we like White's control. The knight, I love that move, knight a5. Because this b7 pawn, I don't think you can capture it after the trade of knights, because if you take with the queen, you might lose this knight down here in some positions. A3 is also...
the e7 bishop is hanging, Robert, so we have to be a little careful.
That's true, right, because if you take on c3, you lose this bishop on e7. And a3 is kind of hanging, but then you walk into a pin. So maybe queen b7, rook c7, and rook c8. Just quickly double the rooks here. There's a lot of pressure against white.
Yeah, but I also see queen b5, and then I'm like, okay, white is okay, but maybe she didn't like something in that line and went knight d5, which also seems fine. Rook c1 is a check, and rook takes bishop a3 will run into rook a1, I guess.
Yeah, you're walking into a pin, but maybe queen takes a3 at the end. So you trade. She does it. I mean, Divya is playing such confident chess right now. She sees these tactics. The queen protects the bishop, which is so important because knight takes would be a check, but the queen is able to take back, and now it's just equal.
Yeah, now queen into b7, and it will be a completely equal endgame. Maybe the players already agree to a draw, or maybe they play on, but it's definitely equal.
And I think Divya is just making sure that she can't play for a win here. There is no winning chance, but trade queens, play rook d1 check at the end. Everything comes off the board. It is a very straightforward draw, and that's a great result for Divya with the black pieces in any round, but especially when you have 5 out of 6, moving to 6 out of 7, inching closer to the finish line.
Yeah, and it's a well-played game by both sides, so a very fair result. Draw is a draw, and we will stick to this game before we go to Humpy's game, or maybe, yeah, Humpy's game.
And let's see. I mean, Divya is spending time here. I wonder why. It seems like a position there isn't much to play for exactly. I don't see how white can really get in trouble. Potentially a back rank issue in some universe, but Divya's looking. I think she might be looking at other boards now, thinking, "What's going on over there? Are they going to make a draw too?"
Yeah, maybe. I mean, sometimes you're just tempted to keep playing in a completely equal position and wait for your opponent to make a mistake, because it's not even worse for her if she keeps the queens alive, right? So she can do that. But the more reasonable decision here would be to take on b7 and agree to a draw.
Yeah, she can bring her queen out to a3. She can really make most moves that don't blunder anything on the spot. But I do think that she's just looking around to see how the other results are going. And
There,
yeah,
she takes it, and
Rook
they
D1.
have agreed for a draw. Yes, so we got that. And let's go to Vantika's game, because she's down to 17 seconds against Shuvalova. Let's just have a look at how she's doing. She has a huge advantage. She's maintained it, and now there is even a back rank issue for black to solve with rook c8 and queen e8, and the bishop, of course, is hanging on e7 right now. This is completely winning for white. Yeah, I guess, I mean, Vantika, if there was is there a game of the day, is there a game of the round prize here, Robert? If there
I don't
was,
think
she
so.
would get it.
It's a really nice game from start to finish. I mean, this game has been very precise from her. And Polina, she takes risks, right? She's a risk taker, but it's not going to pay off for her. And I think the plan is very simple. As you said, bishop f8, rook c8, because your threat is just to take the bishop and deliver a back rank checkmate. So a great game from Vantika. She had time trouble, but
Yeah.
it didn't stop her.
Absolutely, she's played with so much confidence and concentration, and this is a problem with being a risk taker as well. It can work both ways. Sometimes you are rewarded for it and sometimes punished. So Polina also had a similar setback in the first round against Nino, where she went very active and then lost that game. And now rook c8 over the board. Queen a3, a good move, keeping the bishop on f8 defended.
And I think she's grabbing for her queen, it looks like, is Vantika. She's down to 5 seconds.
Rook c7,
Okay, rook-
attacking f7 makes sense, and now maybe queen b3 will be played.
And she can repeat the position, like to gain a little bit more time. She is down to 14 seconds, so if she makes a quick move, she gets over 20, she might be able to spend a little bit more as she needs to calculate.
Yeah, and also there's an idea with queen b3 and rook b7 and queen b5. You know, this stuff, like you can always push your a pawn.
Right.
So I think she's good here. Do we wait here or do we move to Humpy's game, Robert? Let's move to Humpy's game, because she's also down to 43 seconds against Savita Shri. Again, this is a very tricky position. I mean, is there any... I mean, white is definitely better, but there is no knockout blow here, is it?
I'm shocked that this is the position, because we're near the end of a round in rapid chess, and it looks like we just started the game. Like, not what's been traded, just one pawn per side, right?
Absolutely. 28 moves in, and only one pawn has been traded so that you can play with it on the side, you know.
This is either a classical game with an hour left or a bullet game and they're just, about to throw the pieces. But e5.
5.
Okay, now we have action. So the rooks are staring at each other. There's a pin here and also a discovery against the white queen. This is hard to calculate.
Wow. So the knight doesn't move because the queen is hanging, and we first take the bishop and then take the queen so that we are a piece up.
Right.
So that's clear. And then we are in control of the open file, the d file, as white. What does black have? Can black play... Black cannot play queen c7, or she can actually. After bishop f6, we take queen takes e5.
Very good point. That bishop takes f6 looked like a free piece, but instead rook c5 hitting this queen here. And apparently that's a losing move, but maybe not because of queen e3. I mean, they're moving so quickly, and the bar is doing the seesaw up and down. But I that must have meant there was some tactic,
Knight
like
d5.
knight d5. Yeah,
Ooh.
but that's a very difficult thing to spot. Just to very quickly show the reason why is you can't take with the pawn. The queen is hanging. You take with the knight. Bishop takes queen. Bishop takes c5, and the knight is hanging at the end. White goes up in exchange, but I do not blame the players for missing that in time trouble. But this looks so good for Humpy.
Yeah, I mean, this looks super promising. I think we bring our queen to f4 now, maybe? Just put more pressure?
Looks really strong. Just try apply pressure.
Or can we pick up the pawn on b6?
Oh, I
which we
didn't even look in that direction. That's the sign of a great player. Full board awareness. We were so fixated on the queen side, pinning this knight, but that pawn on b6 is loose. She grabs it, she's up material, and has the initiative. So I think Humpy is well on her way to scoring a victory.
Oh, 2 wins in a row. Humpy back in form, and very important to get that form going. Bishop b7. We will come back to this game. Let's have a look at how Wenjun is doing against Nino. Wenjun is also down to 36 seconds. There's time pressure on all the boards, Robert. So, yeah, and understandably so. e4 on the board. Rook c5 runs into rook b7.
What a move e4 is. It's great tactical vision by Wenjun. She's saying, please take me. I'm up a pawn to begin with. It looks like you're getting it back, but no, I'm going to simplify and take on b7. And she goes rook d7, does Nino. I think it's a good choice because white's extra pawn, it's hard to get that going. You probably have to trade a few pawns on the queen side, and the fewer pawns remain, I think the better the drawing chances are for Nino.
Yeah, but it's definitely better for white here, that's for sure, because white has an extra pawn and more space as well. We will have a look at how Harika is doing against Irina. That's the only board we didn't look at. Both of them under severe time pressure as well. It seems like Harika is okay.
Yes. She's just going to keep moving her rook back and forth on these light squares. All of black's pieces do a nice defensive job. The knight protects e6, the queen protects mating square on g7. So I think that Harika is holding on very nicely.
Yeah, and I was concerned about rook g3, and how do we face this? Do we play e5?
No,
we don't play e5.
I'm not touching any of my pawns. They're all protected. The queen protects this one's defended by the knight. Yeah, I'm just sitting passively for now.
Right, it's passive, but it works. So the knight on f8, we are not very proud of it, but we still are very grateful for it, that it exists.
Such a good way of putting it. We're not proud of that knight. No, that knight is not doing so much. Queen d1, so the king will slide to h2. This pawn is under attack. So you have to be very careful if you're
But can we just go king h7 and get out of the pin? Queen h5.
Active defense, protecting and attacking at the same time. I really like that. And the queen still protects the b5 pawn. Black's pieces have done a great job. The geometry is working in her favor.
Yeah, queen h5, a nice move. Aina down to 3 seconds. 2, 1.
She made a move. Queen e4.
Queen e4. And then what next? I mean, it's actually possible to even lose as white if she's not careful enough, especially on time. But the problem for black is all her pieces are stuck except for the queen. I mean, the rook is stuck to defending g7 square and the knight to e6. So queen d5, a good move actually, because it frees up the knight.
Right. If there's a trade, then the knight gets out to e6, and actually black could start thinking about playing
they're
for a
repeating.
Win. Yeah, it seems like
that makes sense.
A draw could be likely. And by the way, Humpy did win that game.
Wow.
Just to pull up the final position, it looks like a dominating finish at the end with checkmate threatened, but she played an excellent game from the start. And how is Vantika doing against Paulina?
It seems like Paulina managed to swindle the game, and now Vantika is only 1 pawn up, and as you pointed out, the pawns are all on the same side, so it's much harder to convert this.
That's unfortunate for Vantika, and her time didn't help her at all.
She played such a great game.
So
Robert.
well. But this is where it went wrong. She went rook to c8, the queen went to a3, and after rook c7, the queen protected, and that move allowed the pawn to be captured. So she needed to keep her rook on c8, and when the queen went to a3, it seems like she maybe needed to bring her bishop back to d2 to protect this a5 pawn, something like that. But what happened in the game, giving up the a pawn clearly did not work, and she will try to win still. She's got no risk of losing, but her chances of winning are very small because she can't push her pawns.
Yeah, and rook a5 is easy to miss. I mean, you think that the queen is tied down to protecting f7, so she can't take on a5, but the rook on a6 is actually free, which you didn't simply notice. I totally get it. This position is probably a draw. I remember I had such a position with black, and white couldn't make much progress, but we will see, because it's also true that both the players are playing under time pressure, so there can be many mistakes. Bishop g5, bishop e7 is always in the air. You have to be careful. In fact, is the king tied down? Because g6 will run into bishop h6.
Right.
and so black can never escape this pin.
No, and that's the thing is you're not going to escape the pin, so you just need to keep the squares under control. Don't allow a bishop to c5. Don't allow the bishop to a3. Just keep those squares under control. And white can't easily push the pawns. As soon as you play a move like f4, the queen comes in and attacks g3. So this one looks like it should be stable. But let's go to the game with Wenjun against Nino Batsiashvili because that game.
Oh, she has won
She
the
won,
game.
yeah.
Oh, we missed that. How did that happen?
It's a second queen appeared on the board. So the move a5 was where we left off. It looks like Wenjun went just for the queen side. And here rook b6. It should have been about equal according to the engine. It's always easier to be the engine. King g7 was the mistake. I think black had to go on the offensive and try to get this rook into play as well. The queen remains tied down. But the move king g7, apparently that's wrong. Queen c3 and a6. She just was able to win the c-pawn and then promote it in the end here and get a new queen.
Queen c3 is so alert because it prevents queen c4 first and only then a6. I mean, Nino missed it, but Wenjun spotted it, and great conversion by Wenjun. Very instructive.
Always better for up a pawn and very difficult for Nino to defend. So unfortunately for Nino, that's
4 losses in a row.
5?
5 losses in a row?
5 losses in a row. She won her first game, drew the second round, and then since then it's been all downhill. And you don't see that very often, but that goes to show how strong the field is. And that's a big win for Wenjun because Divya drew. Wenjun wins her game. Now it's only 1 point, I think, separating the two of them.
That's true. And Divya plays against Polina next. Whom does Wenjun play? Wenjun plays against Savitashri with the black pieces. It could be anybody's tournament.
Oh yeah, and this game did just end in a draw, Vantika and Paulina. So it seems like Paulina is now out of the running, except for the fact that she plays against Divya next. So what Paulina needs to do is hope that she needs to beat Divya, and then hope that Divya loses the last game. But that's a lot of hoping. You have to play the board in front of you, and for Divya, still a point ahead of the field.
Absolutely. So we will find out shortly. In a few minutes, we'll be back for the round 8, the penultimate round of the tournament. And let's see if Divya maintains her lead or Wenjun catches up with her. And stay with us.
Yeah, we will be right back.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid and Blitz. For women, we are in the penultimate round, Robert, and Divya Deshmukh still leads the event, but her lead has decreased. It's only 1 point now. Wenjun has caught up. She has won the 7th round. Wonderful game against Nino. In fact, Nino was full of praise for her opponent in the break. And
it's hard.
what do you think? Divya is playing against Polina in this round and Nino against Savita Sri.
Yeah, big matchups ahead in the 8th round because for Divya, she has a chance potentially to lock up the tournament, but Wenjun trailing closely behind won that a very important round 7 game. So I think the players, they're going to continue to have to focus on their next move, but as we see from the results from round 7, Wenjun won her game. Divya had a solid draw with the black piece against Anna Ushenina, so I think Humpy winning is great for the audience, but doesn't impact the top of the leaderboard. But Humpy, she'll play a part because she does play Divya in the last round.
Oh yeah, that's a very interesting matchup, and also it brings us to the point that Divya is white in this game, while in the last round she'll be black against Humpy. So we were discussing whether Divya will go all out in this game or try to play safely, and maybe it's a good time to have a poll on the channel. What do you guys think, that will Divya go all out or will she play it safe and keep her chances for the last round?
It's a big question, and we do see that the players, they are just going to get their games underway, and here we see the start of each and every game. Wenjun with the black pieces in this game after winning with white. She takes on Savita Sri. There's Paulina. No
Waiting
opponent
for
there.
Divya.
Yeah, Divya's not at the board yet. That's a bit unusual, but there we see Anna Ushena, the winner of last year's edition, taking Humpy Conero, who's won 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Humpy is getting back into form in this tournament, playing against Anna, who also played a good game against Divya herself. And it's an important match for both of them to get into good form before the Blitz, I would say. I mean, neither of them have a chance to win the tournament. Only Polina and Wenjun can actually theoretically catch up with Divya. Polina on 4 points and Wenjun on 5, with Divya on 6.
Exactly, and there's Divya. We see she now makes her first move. She arrives to the board a little bit late, and Paulina responds in kind. So this is a very big matchup for the two, and it's such an interesting moment because for Paulina, in order to win first place, she has to win this game and the next game. She has no other options.
Yeah.
And sometimes that causes you to take huge risks. Like you play an opening that maybe is not recommended typically, but actually in this game, she chose a quite solid line in the semi-tirage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings me to think that maybe it's not a good idea for even Divya to go overboard, because Polina might anyway push herself, because if she has to win this game in order to have a chance to win the tournament. So maybe Polina will overstretch and she can take advantage of that. That's also a strategy to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's one of these moments where you're trying to play the psychological battle in addition to the moves over the board, and this is a very solid setup for both sides, where you won't see any fireworks in the start of this game, but maybe down the stretch. And I know, I'll be the first to mention, it's okay, that I know a lot of the fans that are there in the audience, they also want this, they want to see an Indian player win this event, so they're probably rooting for Divya, but they also want to probably go to the television and watch the India versus Pakistan cricket match.
Yeah, of course, it's going on right now. And Robert, you do know a little bit of cricket. I was surprised.
I have a favorite team.
You do?
I root for the Kolkata Knight Riders.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a KKR fan.
Because we got their umbrella.
I have
today
an umbrella. I
morning.
have a Kolkata Knight Riders umbrella.
It's right here in our room.
Yeah, SRK. Right. Oh, yeah. He's in the owners of the team.
Oh my God.
Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me.
I'm shocked right now.
I know he's a Padma Shri winner.
This was not planned. Just FYI, I am shocked at your knowledge. I mean, this is so impressive.
I know a few things, okay?
This is very impressive indeed, and I'm sure the fans in Kolkata must be mighty impressed. They might even send you boxes of Rasgulla and Cham Cham.
Oh, I would love to receive all of that. Also, if Divya wins, maybe we get SRK. I know he's got a film company, right? Red Chilies?
Yeah.
Also, if she wins, maybe we could get a nice movie about her
Oh, yeah.
miraculous success.
Absolutely, and maybe his daughter Suhana, who's around the same age as Divya, could play her.
Oh, now that would be something.
Yeah.
So that we're putting maybe the cart before the horse, so they say. And Divya, of course, needs to convert her lead in the tournament to a first place finish. And in the game she's currently playing against Paulina, it's very normal looking position. White has just castled. Black will likely do the same at some point. But I think that both players are kind of taking a solid approach, no huge risks.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, of course, black can still castle even after white plays queen b4, because we can simply block the diagonal with queen e7. So we don't need to be worried about white stopping us from castling. And it's a decent position for both sides. It doesn't mean, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, it doesn't mean it's a draw just because it's equal, but both sides will be happy with what they have accomplished, even though white does have control of the center, Robert.
Yes, 2 pawns in the center to just 1 for black, and that's why I like, instead of saying it's even material, black has an extra pawn on the queen side, which is good for endgames, but in the earlier stages, having an extra pawn in the center is usually to white's advantage because you restrict enemy pieces, control vital squares. So I think that this game, it will go on, but maybe we should look at another just to see what else is happening in Wenjun, for example. We need to focus on her.
Yeah, I mean, she is the one person who can catch Divya apart from Paulina. Let's have a look at how Wenjun is doing. She's playing the youngest player of the tournament, Savita Shri, and Wenjun, of course, played a great... She's been in good form. She's been in solid form. If not for Divya's amazing run in this tournament, she would actually be in the lead right now because her quality has been fantastic. There's nothing to complain about.
Yeah, she had 2 draws and a win in day 1. In day 2, she had a win and 2 draws. She started day 3 with a win. And you know what's funny about this game? We saw this opening, but from Paulina against Humpy yesterday.
Yes.
So I'm looking at this game and I'm like, wait, Savita, did she play this? No, it was Paulina who chose this opening. And just to show quickly that in the start, this move d4 and taking back with the queen, we don't typically recommend that to our viewers because the queen's in the open and gets kicked around a little bit, but white tries to castle queenside, and that's why the queen moved out the way, and we get to this position, which is a fight. That's a real fight.
Yeah, and it also shows that the players are not only following their own preparation, but also having a look at how the other players are doing in the tournament. And this is something which chess players typically do, even if they are having their own things to focus on, like their prep, their routine, but they also make it a point to go through the games of other players to just see if there are any ideas that they can catch on, either to beat that particular player or to use it in their own games.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here, and it's not just catching up to Divya, but the prize fund. It's quite a substantial prize fund. What do we say, about 34, 35 lakh?
Yeah, again, you impress me. You continue to impress me with your knowledge of India, Robert. It's $41,500, which comes around to that. So very impressive. Not only the prize fund, but also your calculation skills. And the players must be excited to play for such amazing prizes. D6 on the board. We saw that Paulina had problems with the queen, right? With the queen on D3 and the E4 pawn as well. What do you think? How will Savita handle this position differently?
It's a moment that she is spending her time because F3 is just a very solid looking move, but it also restricts the queen. You had mentioned how the queen often wants to go towards the king side, so it's not easy to make a move in this position. I believe Paulina brought her bishop out to G5, end up taking this knight and bring her own knight to D5. So many options here for white. A simple pawn push or bring out her bishop, but I think maybe we should take this moment to keep on looking at some of the other games.
Okay, let's go to Humpy's game against Anna Oshanina. Humpy with 2 wins already. We will briefly look at how this game is going and then go on to Harika's. It's just it's actually the same opening that we saw in the previous round as well, and white can take queen c2, queen takes c4, but then a6 and b5 will come with a tempo. So that's something, and also c5 next after you get b5. So that's something white always needs to be concerned about in the Catalan, in the open Catalan, once black takes on c4 and black goes rook b8, planning to play b5. So she plans to keep her extra pawn.
Yeah, getting that rook off the diagonal of the bishop, so trying to be greedy or just say I'm playing for a win. I think this is a very good choice at this stage of the tournament, but it could also benefit Anna because when your opponent is playing ambitiously, sometimes they take too much risk, as we were just discussing. So I do like the choice from Humpy, especially because Anna keeps getting in time trouble. If Humpy can win this game, that's 3 in a row. She gets back to an even score and can even end on a positive one.
Yes, that would be just fantastic for the Indian fans and for Humpy. Let's have a look at the all-Indian matchup now. Harika playing against Vantika Agarwal. Vantika, of course, had a great game in the previous round. We were so impressed, but pity for her that she couldn't convert it. Polina, always resourceful, and she showed us her skills in the previous game as well. A Benoni on the board.
Benoni on the board.
We were talking about this yesterday that Vantika actually doesn't play the Benoni, the position that she got against Divya. So maybe she has prepared the Benoni now.
Yeah, maybe she was inspired. She's going for this opening line. It's a bit strategically dangerous if we talk in deep chess terms for a moment. This pawn on d6, that can be a weakness, especially if this knight wraps around to c4. It's a very common plan. And black, on the other hand, likes to use this bishop to her advantage. Maybe a move like knight e4 at some moment to trade knights. But I do think, from my own experience, I've always liked these positions from the white side. I feel very comfortable against the Benoni.
Oh, it's exactly opposite for me.
Yeah?
I love playing the Benoni with black, and I love this idea with h6. I, in fact, played this idea against Vantika herself. The only difference being the bishop was on f4 instead of the rook on e1. So h6 has a very obvious idea that you want to play g5 and kick the bishop away, and then you play bishop to f5, bishop to g6, and cover those weaknesses with the bishops. So yeah, this is a very, very fun position to play as black for me. So we'll see how the players handle it.
Yeah, it's early stages right now, and Harika with the lead on the clock, but Vantika usually spends her time at the early parts of the game, and then she speeds up from there. So I think we have not looked at just one game. We have not looked at Irina and Nino.
Yeah.
Nino has the white pieces there, so we'll head to Nino Batsiashvili versus Irina Krush, and we see an isolated queen pawn. This pawn on d5 is isolated. What you get in return for an isolated pawn, open lines for your rook, but your pawn does not have a best friend to defend it, and that's the bad news.
That's very sad, and it cannot also be taken right now because of the cute tactic. Bishop takes h2, and you blunder your queen this way. So, of course, this should never be taken. Sometimes players play king h1 in blitz games just to be sneaky. Short castle, rook e8, and maybe rook to d1 makes a lot of sense, and you just bring all your pieces in the center. It's not a fun position to play as black, I would say, but do you like it, Robert?
I like playing from the white side, but I know that in quicker time controls, a lot of players especially like playing from the black side. You get so much activity for your piece around the pawn, and the isolated pawn does help control such an important square like e4, and there's this pressure down towards the white king, not just for cheapo tactics, but for a potential attack. So I think that both sides are probably happy with what they've obtained.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will come back to this one. Let's have a look at Divya's game, which is the game of the round for us, because if she wins it, she might. Do you think she wins the tournament with a round to spare if she wins this game?
Well, Wenjun will need to win to keep pace. Otherwise, if Divya wins and Wenjun does not win, then she does in fact take the tournament already. And you made me think of something, because queen b4 was played in this game, and black could play a move like queen e7 at some point, but Polina wants to win. So trading queens doesn't really help her to win. So I think queen b5, queen d7, trading queens, it just feels like a very good decision from Divya. It's not even just playing for the tournament result. I think objectively it's a good choice, but I think even more so because Polina's very hungry for victory.
So it's a good Divya has understood the psychology part of chess as well, we can say that. And what happens if Divya and Wenjun tie on the same points, Robert? Do they play, or is it decided by some tie-break system?
The good thing about chess these days is we always want to decide things over the board, because even if somebody beat the other player, and then we used to have, the direct encounter means that if like let's say we played and you beat me, but then we tied, you would still win first place without us playing over the board. I don't like that. I think this should be played out over the board because you may have beaten me, but that means you lost to somebody else. And so the fact that a tie is now decided by over the board blitz here, that's very exciting. I know I mentioned how there's the cricket match going on and everybody wants to watch that, but I think people would make maybe a little bit of an exception to have one eye on the cricket match, one eye on the tiebreaker if we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done that several times as well, and so have our fans. And in fact, it's a match of two blitz games in case the players are tied for first place, then it's not just about one game, but you get two games. And if that is also tied, then there's an Armageddon. So that is very, very fair. And we will wait and watch if there is a tiebreak or not. Queen to d3. So Divya doesn't exchange queens. We were talking about how Divya is like going to exchange queens and going to make Polina fight more for activity, but she chooses not to. I'm very surprised.
Well, I think it goes to show that Divya's a fighter. She said yet on day one, when she drew against Wenjun by a theoretical draw, they didn't really play any moves of their own. She was disappointed. She said, I would rather lose a game and fight than draw this game by not doing anything on our own. So I believe that Divya is a fighter. She's put her pawns in the center. We've talked about this exact type of position so many times throughout the event, and now we see she pushes her pawn and she's gonna go for it. Maybe that chocolate ice cream she got at dinner yesterday will help.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to you and Vidit, who ate tons of chocolate ice cream, by the way. I mean, just FYI. And e4 on the board. Maybe it's black who is still suffering because white has center control. Black can at some point go d5 as well whenever she gets a chance to do it. Right now it's impossible after knight f6 because the pawn is hanging, but we bring our rook to d1 and once we get d5, the bishop on b7 is completely restricted. So this is a typical position for the semi-Tarrasch, and Kramnik used to play a lot of semi-Tarrasch as black, right? But he was Kramnik, so he didn't suffer so much, but a lot of players do.
Yes, I know I would suffer from the black side of this position. I just like having the two pawns in the center because this extra pawn for black over here on the queen side, 2 against 1, that makes its presence felt later in the game. So for now, you kick the opponent's pieces back, and well, Polina hasn't moved her knight. Knight of 6 would be the move I'd play if I had 5 seconds on my clock. I'm immediately going there. But perhaps she's looking at a more active approach, bringing the knight to b4. Maybe this queen can join the party on the queen side. But I do like white's position.
Yeah, it's just more easier to play as white. Let's conclude that. And also, we haven't given anything in trade for the center control. We have everything intact. Our pawn structure is intact. Pieces are active, and we have center control. So definitely would prefer to take white in this position. Let's go to Wenjun's game because it looks like she's got a position she would like as black against Savita. Savita has castled long, and there is a weakness on the near her king. Like there is no a3 pawn.
So she lost a pawn. So it looks like...
Oh, she's just a pawn down.
Yeah, it looks like black is unfortunately... black is not blundered. Black has taken the pawn. So Savita, unfortunately, has lost a pawn. And over here, queen d8. She took this and went queen f3.
The pawn.
She gave the pawn with check, and the knight just ran right back. You know what? This exactly happened in the game between Polina and Humpy. Except in that game, the queen went to d2. And here it seems that Savita, maybe doesn't remember her preparation, was worried about this rook takes e4. But after f3, the rook struggles to stay with this knight. And if you're going to take this pawn and bring your rook over here, now your pieces are all stuck on this side of the board. It says black's doing okay, but it's very risky. And if you know the variation, I think white should probably be happy about this. But clearly, Savita made a mistake, gave away the pawn with check, and now she's fighting simply down a full pawn, and her king is... if she takes here, is not going to be happy to see a B file open up.
This is also something that can happen when you want to play a new opening but haven't really studied the nuances of it or have glanced through it only briefly, that you might just forget the reason why you're playing certain moves. It's not about by hearting, but about understanding why certain moves have to be played. Like queen on d2 enables the knight to be trapped because knight cannot go back to b4 after taking on e2. That was the whole point. Yeah, it's a pity that Savita's lost the pawn, but she can fight because, okay, maybe knight c6 is not a good idea with the king on b1. It just opens the b file, but it's still a position with all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, if the only pawn you're missing is the a pawn, in such a position where it's still so many heavy pieces, queens and rooks, that doesn't really matter so much unless the attack is happening. But if you take on c6, that really helps black, as we're discussing, an open file for the black rook.
Oh, she does take on c6.
Yeah, it's one of these situations, I think, where mistakes often come in pairs. And so she gets herself in a bad position. Now she's saying, at least I double my opponent's pawn structure. That might be bad for the long term. But for now, I mean, this is just a free attack for black. And you played bishop c4, threatening this. I played bishop e6. I'm very happy to trade. And then I get his rook out in the game, a rook to b8. I can push the c-pawn. I see the eval bar is not super unhappy, but I would be if I had the white pieces.
Yeah, we will find out how Savita handles it further, but I like at least the fact that all the minor pieces will be off the board, so the chances of getting checkmated are lower and lower. On the other hand, you have given your opponent double pawns on the c file. So we will come back to this game. Let's have a look at a few other games going on. Maybe Humpy's game against Ushanina, because she's managed to maintain the pawn on c4. She's played a6, so she's in a mood to keep the pawn alive. Wow. So knight a3 would run into b5, I guess. That's the point.
Yes, and there are some positions where black even takes the knight, and that's why she hasn't developed her bishop yet, because if you play bishop e7 and then take a knight over there, you wasted a turn. But I'm with you. b5 is clearly the direction that Humpy is heading in, and if that's the case, it could be an extra pawn for the long term for Humpy Canero, and she would love nothing more than to win this game.
Wow. So we will, I think, what do you think is White's idea to take up the c4 pawn or get a pawn to e4? Ignore the fact that black is a pawn up.
Right, this knight c3, pawn e4, rook e1, things of this nature. Typically, players in the Catalan, they don't mind being down a pawn, because in exchange for the pawn, that's the extra one on c4, white has two pawns in the center compared to just, didn't mean to play e3, but just compared to one for black. So that is allows you to get an initiative to play for an attack, but that's why we continuously say black plays for a c5 pawn break at some moment as well. I like these positions from both sides. It's just a lot of fun. So, I think that Humpy has to be happier because the clock, the time, extra time for black.
Yeah, I mean, Anna's game, you're always looking at the clock, and rightly so. It's too much time difference. Only 7 moves played, Robert. 12 minutes on the clock. It's unclear why Anna is taking so much time in the openings throughout the rapid, and she's not playing something that she usually doesn't play. She plays d4. She's a main 1d4 player, so it's really not clear why she's been taking so much time. But the good news for her is that she does manage to play extremely well in time pressure.
And you mentioned Grishuk. He does the same thing. It's like, you've played this opening so many times before. Why are you burning your clock so much? Some players, they just thrive in those moments where they're under time pressure, and it helps them play better along the way to double, triple check their ideas.
I know of a story of an Indian player who used to always come under time pressure, and his teammates were very upset with him because even though he would win, his teammates used to get so much of pressure during the game just looking at his board, and if they would not be able to take good decisions on their board because they're nervous about him. So they told him, you're not allowed to come under time pressure from next game. And so what he did is he came late to the game and he was anyway lower on time. Some people are just very much used to being under time pressure and they're fine with it. We will see what happens. We had a poll on the channel, Robert, about what will happen in Wenjun versus Savita Sri, and the results are out. Wenjun wins only 22% of the times. Savita wins 28%, and it's a draw for 49% of the audience. I think it's full of Indian fans.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to be the person to say it. But it seems like there's a biased polling there.
Yes. I mean, the world champion, the women's world champion for 4 years continuously, gets such a low percentage. It's very surprising. Um, okay then, and I also read a chat on our channel that people are confused that I named Vidit. So actually there is a men's training camp going on. Indian team is training for the Asian team, Asian Games, and that's why there was a training camp of the women's team as well before this tournament. On most of the Indian women players playing here trained with each other in the camps. And now there's a men's training camp happening in our hotel.
Yeah, and that's why Divya said, well, I was already in Kolkata because she was training with the team.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, some players had to withdraw. So she just said, all right, I'm in now. I'll play. But there's a training camp. Of course, Hari and the rest of the team, Arjun, Prague, Gukesh, everyone is here training very hard with Boris Gelfand.
Yeah.
And it's been fun to hang out with them. And for Vidit, if you're watching this, you probably should be training, first of all. Saying, well, stop ordering pizza and pasta at dinner, so then I have to eat it, okay?
Absolutely. And also there was this sweet story. You mentioned Prague is in Calcutta. There was this sweet story about him in the newspapers that he took a domestic flight from Chennai to Calcutta to be here. And the airline announced his name. And not only that, they wrote him a sweet note saying, we are so proud to have you on board.
Wow, that's almost as sweet as gulab jamun.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's become such a star. We also saw, you clicked a picture of his, right, with the hotel staff.
I didn't click a picture.
Maybe-
No, someone
maybe-
showed us, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, someone showed us a
Yeah.
picture of the hotel staff recognizing him. So he's become a huge star in India.
Yeah, I mean, every day in the Times of India, he's like on the front page, it seems like. So he's a star. And, well, I think, Humpy, she's a star.
Yes.
And, well, right now, Wenjun, she's a star, and she has a great position against Savita Sri, this game that we've had on camera. Queen b4, just I'm up a pawn. Let me try to fix my pawn structure and open up a checkmating attack. You don't need a queen to deliver a checkmate. So how should we check in on Divya to see how she's doing against Paulina?
Definitely. Let's go to Divya's game. It's a wild position on the board, Robert. Just look at how Divya's been handling this game. She is going all out. We didn't need a poll for that. We just need to look at Divya Deshmukh's attitude in this game. I mean, she has put her pawn to h4, king to h2. What does she want to do with the king on h2? Maybe bishop h3? What's the idea?
I don't know. The bishop went back to f1, so she might make use of this diagonal at some point. I don't really like putting the bishop on b5. It doesn't really want to take this knight, so a move like a6 would be a response. So she goes bishop b5. I wasn't expecting this, honestly. Is there a problem with a6? I can't see you taking this is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c6 would run into queen takes c6. We don't blunder the b6 pawn. And if we move the bishop back, then black plays b5 as well. But is that her point? Can we play a4? But then black plays b4 and gets a protected passed pawn on the queen side. So that's not something you want to allow.
Not at all. You see the evaluation say that would be good for black, and we've been questioning it, but I'm wondering, a6, bishop takes c6, queen takes c6. Somehow the engine doesn't hate it, but I personally am not a very big fan of this. It just looks so dangerous with the open diagonal.
But maybe concretely it works, and Divya is great at calculations. Maybe she likes the move knight e5 here, which she might have foreseen. Queen d6 runs into knight c4 and attacking the b6 pawn twice. And queen c7 might run into rook c1, I suppose.
Seems so risky.
It's very concrete, but maybe this is her idea, because otherwise bishop b5 does not make so much sense. But Paulina, on the other hand, did not play a6 but rook e7.
And actually that might have even been the best move, because she gets out of the pin. She doesn't compromise her pawn structure over on this side of the board. And rook e3 is Divya's response. She wants to double her rook somewhere. The rooks likely for both sides will double, either c file or d file. This d4 pawn is sticking out. That's the one bad thing about the pawn structure for white. You have good control of the center, but this pawn d4 might be a weakness in the future.
So maybe she went all the way from f1 to b5 just to get rid of the attack on the d4 pawn, which she was constantly annoyed with. Maybe she felt like her pieces were stuck to defending that pawn, so let's just get rid of that knight on c6 and then play the position.
It's possible, yes. But I'm starting to like Paulina's position. I like Paulina's clock. And that would be very bad news for the many Indian fans out there who are rooting for Divya to take this tournament. She's been leading from the very start of the competition. But I'm starting to fear for white. I just feel like this king is a bit open with this h4 and g3 pawn structure. And look at Paulina. Every move is natural.
I frankly did not understand the point of king h2, and I was hoping you would help me there. But maybe it's just a useful move in the later stage. There would not be any checks on d1. Maybe that's it's just a move that you make in a blitz game by hand. Maybe it's one of those things.
Yeah, maybe she didn't see a better plan, so she brought her king over here. I think with rook c7, at some point knight a5 comes to mind. Use this open c file to black's advantage. This is really looking a bit worrisome.
Rook e7 and rook to c7. The rook was on e8 doing nothing. She brought it on an open file, and now suddenly black has her own threats. Very cool play by Paulina indeed. Very positional play by Paulina, who's usually known for her tactics.
Yeah, as a top-level chess player, you have to be good at all phases of the game and all styles. And she says, I'm going to take risks in one game, and the next game, she's taking zero risk. And it seems like for Divya, she needs to find a plan, and she needs to find it shortly because she's down under 12 minutes. She's down just about 6 minutes in the clock to a very strong opponent. We talked about Paulina being a top 15 player in the world in the women's list, and she's only improving.
Wow. So this is a game we will keep coming back to. Let's have a look at how Humpy is doing against Anna Ushanina Humpy, another star that we spoke about. Anna, of course, is the former world champion and current defending champion, but Anna down to 7 minutes to Humpy's 17.
And it looks like the pawn on c4 has been captured, so that extra pawn is gone, and quickly Humpy brought her bishop back to d6, might strike with an e5 or a c5 or even a b5, not out of the question, with the pawns trading, the bishop getting to a long diagonal. So Humpy is leading on the clock by a huge margin. It's a 10-minute edge, and look how early in the game we are, 10 moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm so surprised by the time management by both the players. I mean, I understand it's probably unusual, the opening, but still to take so much time, only 10 moves played, and Anna is already down to 6.5 minutes. She has so many more decisions to take later. This time will be very critical in the later stages of the game where she has to find only moves to either attack or defend herself. And that's why it's important to keep this time. I mean, easy, natural looking moves will be played quite quickly, even in time pressure, but sometimes you have an only move, and for that you need your own time.
100%. I'm looking at this position, think it's very complicated. This pawn a5, it's either a strength because if black plays a b-pawn push, you take it, or it's a weakness because later in the game it's just a target. So I think that Anna needs to speed up. She needs to find a plan, and she just needs to go.
Yeah, but another thing that really cheers me up about this, the screen right now, is the number of people in the audience, especially because the match is going on, and the number today is far more than the previous 2 days. So it's very nice to see the amount of attention the tournament is getting. These players definitely deserve it.
Yeah,
and even more, actually.
Yeah, I agree. And there's many fans who are probably busy playing because there's a chess festival going on. They're playing in their own tournament. But as soon as their games are done, they just go right over and watch how these games are going. So let's maybe leave these players to it just for the moment. Go to a different game.
Yeah, let's have a look at Nino's game against Irina. Nino has managed to make a battery with her queen and bishop on the dangerous a1 h8 diagonal.
There we see some of the fans talking to each other, probably analyzing the positions, because behind the players there's the games on the big screen, so that all the fans they're watching the games on a screen. They're probably having a good time analyzing.
Do these guys know they are on TV?
Probably not.
There was no reaction at all. They probably are just thinking about the game.
I don't think the commentary broadcast is on that screen, because the players say, what's the evaluation? And look up there. So that would probably be against the rules. But you asked for Nino's game, and here it is against Irina. This looks like a checkmate in one being threatened. I don't believe Irina will fall for that checkmate. She will probably block the diagonal with f6, but we know how tricky it is to move your f-pawn.
And especially once you have already moved the h-pawn. So there is this big hole on g6 waiting to be occupied by the knight, as you showed. So, but f6 is a very typical way to block the bishop. Usually, when the bishop is on the long diagonal, you either play c6 to block the g2 bishop or f6 to block the b2 bishop. So, it's okay. It's just that it leaves the square g6 unguarded. But for now, it's not a problem because a knight on e4 defends the diagonal on b1 and h7 at the same time being a very valuable piece in the center.
Yeah, this a6 pawn is actually hanging as well. I wasn't looking in that direction, but I started checking out, is bishop takes a6 a possibility, or does that just open up the black attack, rook a8, rook takes a2? So it's a complicated position. Both sides have a lot to work through in terms of the calculations, and maybe we can keep on going just because we haven't looked at Savita against Wenjun in a while, but it's such an important game for the standings.
Absolutely. Let's go. They have managed to make a lot of progress, but all the progress has been made by Wenjun, not by Savita. She has managed to exchange the queens. Her pawn structure is better. You know, the pawn was on a7 and now it's on b4. I mean, she has absolutely nothing to worry about. What do you think should be Black's strategy here, Robert? She's up a pawn and they are in the endgame, but what next?
So what I guess to answer what Black's strategy is, we'll first tackle what White's. White's just going to play rook e1, protect the pawn, bring the king up to d2, and maybe if you're not looking for it, bring my rook to a1. So I can put my pawn on b3, king on d2, and just play solidly. For Black, I think I want to improve my bishop, bring my bishop out to c6, and I want to expand on the king side. There's no reason why I can't think about bringing my pawn up and maybe also my king behind it, something like that to sort of gain space over on that flank. And I think that you have to, because right now it's hard to prove the winning advantage for Black. You're up a pawn, but you don't have the ability to attack another one.
h5 is such a nice idea, but isn't it often said that you shouldn't place pawns on the square of the color of the same of the bishop that you have? But like, how does it work here in this position?
It's that this bishop is a defensive piece. This bishop is very sad. It has to keep an eye on the e4 pawn. So by pushing h5, it would be bad if the bishop could get over to f3, but that's just a dream at this stage, as Black is up material and will put a lot of pressure down the center.
Yeah, this is very tough for Savita. We will come back to this one. As we mentioned it before as well, Wenjun is strong in all parts of the game, but especially her endgame has been very, very impressive, even in the World Championship match against Li Tingyi and in this tournament as well. So Wenjun must be in her comfort zone right now. Let's go to Harika's game against Vantika. A lot of pieces have been traded, a lot of action on the board. Wow, this is such a typical Benoni position. I'm just wondering if the d5 pawn will stay alive or it will be picked up by Vantika.
It's funny because typical Benoni just means chaos. There's nothing standard in terms of how we broadly see the game of chess in a Benoni, but right now White has this passed d-pawn, but it's being threatened through this knight on c5, and if you move your bishop to e3, you have to worry yourself about this b2 pawn, and that might not be something you want to give up. But I think the d-pawn is so important that I would be willing to sacrifice a pawn as White, as long as that means my pawn might even push up to d6.
It's also interesting that pawn on d6 came to e5, so I mean, at some point White managed to play e4, e5, and you know, usually of course Black wants to take with a piece on e5, but now she was forced to take with the pawn. So it's definitely a good trade-off for White to give up the e-pawn and get the c5 pawn instead. And I mean, I think bishop e3 a good move by Harika, as you pointed out. What happens for rook b2, Robert? Do we take on a6 or do we simply keep the position? Do we actually push d6 right now? Maybe we lose the pawn immediately.
Yeah, it's one of the things, maybe you push it a little bit too fast and the rook can come back to go for it. I think that you can also, after rook takes b2, play queen c1, bring this rook over to d1, and also spy this h6 pawn as well as the a6 pawn. Black has many weaknesses in the position, and I think that if White can successfully play d6, then Black's in huge trouble, as that pawn would love to keep going up the board.
I also like the bishop maneuver to d6, but as you pointed out, Black has already played h6. So here, ideally, I would like to go bishop f8 and d6, but then I lose the h6 pawn. Every pawn move is a commitment. You know, you cannot take it back, and so you have to now keep defending the h6 pawn with your bishop or bring your king to h7, and that will just take more time. I like it for Harika, especially considering Vantika's clock situation. She is down to 7 minutes.
Time trouble is such a big part of the game of chess, especially rapid and blitz chess. And some players, they've been in time trouble in most of their games throughout this entire event. So it's going to be a struggle for Vantika as Harika is so experienced, and with a pass pawn in the center, she is not going to let her opponent off easy.
Wow. So let's go to another game, Robert. Maybe let's cover Nino's game. We did not look at that for a while. Nino playing Irina.
Okay.
Not, she did take the a6 pawn, Robert. Bishop a6, and bishop has come back to e2. On the other hand, Irina has this queen and bishop battery on the h2 b8 diagonal, as you point out. So the knight is stuck on f3 to defend that, but knight g5, is that a threat right now?
Yeah, knight g5 trying to remove the piece that's covering the checkmate. I think after knight g5, the issue in a way is, does black really have a threat? Because if you just to make some random move like rook c2, and if you take here, queen h2 check, the king is able to successfully run into the center. So that's one of the annoying things. It looks like black is ready for checkmate, but unfortunately, even your best try allows the white king to escape, and I think that's why Nino's not afraid.
Right, but I still feel like black has good compensation for the pawn because her pieces are so active. All of them are having a good function. The knight is amazingly placed on e4, dominating white's position. Bishop on c7, again a very well placed piece. Only the bishop on d7 is actually a defender for now, but it also looks at the h3 pawn. Bishop h3 could be a sacrifice once we get our queen to h2. So I think Irina is not complaining either. We could see any three results on this board. Let's go to Humpy's game, who's playing Anna Ushenina. A lot of changes on the board, I would say. b5 has already been played, and I guess she's playing bishop b7 next, because what else?
Just looks very good for black. I mean, you've gotten rid of all your problems, your backwards b pawn. Black still has a lead on the clock, and I'm not entirely sure what white's plan is. e4 is not going to be available as black looks at that center. b4 will be able to strike at some moment to remove this knight. I really like Humpy's position. I think that she's in great shape to rebound from her rough start, but considering that these players are a bit far from the leaderboard, we'll come back here, but maybe let's check in on Divya and Paulina to see what the latest is.
Absolutely. So Divya Deshmukh. Oh wow. Black did manage to get a6 and b5 in, as we discussed, and rook takes d5. The d5 pawn is out of the board. And how did we get here? Can we just go back quickly? Rook came to c7.
Yes, the rook came over, the queen slid back, and then when d5 was played, she just took back with the rook rather than the pawn. She didn't want to isolate a pawn that was blockaded, so instead she went to trade pieces. But it's what we talked about early on. It's even material, but essentially black is up a pawn on the queen side, and white is up a pawn if we cut the board from the e file to the h file, 4 on 3, and then 2 on 1. And in endgames, it's very useful to have an extra pawn on the flank because it distracts white's remaining pieces. In this position, I think Paulina has great chances. She's up so much time as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes on the clock for Divya. It's not completely unusual. Divya does come under a lot of time pressure even in classical chess, but the fact is that her position is also quite difficult. She's the one who's going to have the tough task of finding defensive moves here. King on h2 is feeling very awkward. No, you need the bishop on g2 right now. I mean, but then if you transfer the bishop to g2, the knight comes to a5 and c4. White has a lot of problems to solve.
Yeah, if this knight could be improved, this knight's not doing anything really. If you put a knight on f5, you might just win the game. But that may mean that a move like h5, knight h. Do I have time for this?
That would be a dream, seriously. And right now, maybe h5 is the move because, wow, I mean, why not? Because rook takes d5 runs into e takes d5, and now the knight is hanging. You cannot do that. And what does black play for h5?
I'm not sure, but I hate my knight, and I always want to improve it. Right? I'm a knight rider. I'm a Calcutta knight rider right now, and I'm going to use this knight to help deliver a checkmate. So I like the move h5.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Wow. That's also how chess players come to moves, right? Like they try to understand what's going on in the position. They realize, okay, I cannot move my bishop to g2 because it's required on this diagonal. Okay, what else can I improve? I can improve my knight. Where would I like it to be? On f5. Cannot go to d4 because black will simply take. So okay, that's how you come up with a move like h5. It's actually like a live training session to see how a grandmaster thinks.
Well, I just saw Divya moved her a pawn, so she goes up to a4,
a4.
And that makes a lot of sense as well, because if the move b4 happens, you ask where that bishop on e2 will go. Maybe later it will go to c4. So she's just trying to crack at black's pawn structure. This a6 b5 configuration is annoying, and this will be interesting because Divya is down to 45 seconds left. So will Paulina make some quick decisions, but that could be rash and it could backfire, or will she settle in, as she seems to be doing right now, and spend some serious time? She has the time to calculate. She might as well use it in a critical moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this actually could be a rivalry that would build up, and we might see in the future as well, because Divya and Paulina have an interesting history. Like Divya faced Paulina with the white pieces in the crucial last round game of the online Olympiad in 2020 when the power outage happened in India, and so Divya actually lost some time in a very, very promising position. And then, of course, it was we realized that there was a power outage and it wasn't the player's fault, and so that there was this the gold medal was shared. But it's an opponent you have a deep history with, so you want to maybe prove yourself and beat. Both the players might be having that feeling, don't you think?
Yeah, there's a certain intensity there, it seems like, where it's not anyone's fault,
yeah.
But it's like, well, did we really win the gold, or did you win the gold? Or sharing gold doesn't, it feels weird in a way because it's competition. I think it was the correct result given the situation,
yeah.
But it does definitely seem
Bishop to d1 is a mistake according to the engine. Why? Because it's obvious that we want to take the pawn on a4 and we bring our bishop here. What happens now? I don't see the problem with this move. Maybe knight to b4, because rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and bishop a4, and then what next? Because rook c2 is also controlled by the bishop on a4. That's not possible. It's very hard to understand why bishop d1 would be a mistake in this position.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where white sacrificed a pawn and immediately went to get it back, but white's pieces are also quite loose. So your knight b4 idea, there's also knight to a5. You mentioned how the bishop needed to control c4, and because rook takes a5 looks like a free piece, it isn't quite. The bishop on d1 is loose. I actually think that knight a5 could be a devilish move, one that's really difficult to meet when you have 30 seconds on your clock. I mean, you sort of get frantic. You don't know how to stop this knight c4 jump. I don't, and I have an eval bar next to me and plenty of time to consider it. It looks scary.
It does, now that you point it out. I mean, knight a5, and to just like, again, the same mindset. The bishop was controlling the c4 square. Now it's not on that diagonal anymore, so let's take our chance and play knight a5. Great move by you, Robert, and maybe Paulina finds it. She has a lot of time to do that. Let's wait here for a few seconds before we move on to the next games. I definitely want to look at how Wenjun is doing.
She went knight a5, yeah.
She did, and Divya has only 29 seconds to reply. Rook a5 seems natural, but then do you allow the rook to d1 and then the other rook to c1, and the king is in such a big spot of bother over there. The queen comes to h3 as well after rook h1, queen e6, and queen to h3.
I personally couldn't do that, but she's down to 10 seconds, so she needs to make a choice right now. And she's probably, yeah, she did take the knight. She's going to give the rook the first rank, both of them. But she didn't have an easy choice. She's down to 15 seconds.
Oh my god, this is a very, very crucial game for Divya Deshmukh, and looks like it is slipping out of her hands because Paulina's idea is so direct. She doubles on the first rank, both of her rooks, eyeing the white's king on h2, which was already feeling lonely even with the bishop on the board.
Okay, what? That move, of course, was not played. I have no idea how that happened there.
That's impossible to blunder. I mean, even nobody in the nobody in the audience also believes that move happens. Yeah, rook c1, the most natural move.
There we go. The engine has fixed itself after it thought the queen was on e4 still, but this is very scary because rook h1 followed by bishop c8, bishop h3 is just checkmate. Like, that is a very direct plan. And Divya goes rook to d4.
Of course, she wants to exchange one pair of rooks, but black will not allow that. Black will play rook h1 here, king g2, and bishop to c8 anyway. Or maybe queen e6.
I like the bishop c8, but how would you stop checkmate? How do you stop bishop h3? I don't understand.
You move the knight and you're not checkmated.
The king will run to f3. That's brave.
I mean, that's the only way to get out. So maybe you anyway continue with queen f6, not allow king f3. I mean, it's so dangerous. But queen e6 does give white hope, because now knight d2, queen h3, and you have king f3 as an option.
But I think after and she has rook d8, the king comes up to h7. I think the problem is, even if you move your knight, this queen can just come into g4, just to remove all of the escape squares.
And rook g1 is the next move with checkmate. I get the idea only now.
Yeah, see, that's the problem is, a lot of times we want to give the immediate check, but often it's more important to remove the escape square. Queen g4, I think that just ices the game right now. And that's unfortunate for Divya, but this move says your king is not running away. There's no way to get out. Whereas queen h3, king f3, king e2, suddenly the king is slithering away, and that could give white another chance.
Yeah, we will find out. I mean, Polina has a lot of time to decide. She has 13 minutes on the clock. Can she even play a move like bishop c8 here? Is that possible?
Just to bring the bishop to g4 afterwards, or queen back to g4. Yeah, that looks plenty good as well.
Queen g4 is just killing on the spot. I mean, yes, she does play that, and such an unfortunate turn of events for Divya. I cannot see a way to prevent checkmate. Maybe f3. Oh, queen takes c1. That's
giving up the queen just to stop checkmate, but it doesn't stop the loss.
Yes.
It's just clearly winning, and you can see it kind of in Divya's expression. She's just trying to prolong the game. And look at Polina. She didn't even take it back yet, because she might throw in, she does throw in queen to h3 before taking the queen on c1. This is clearly winning for black. Too much extra material with the attack. And for Divya, it's going to be a tough task to rebound in the 9th and final game.
She is playing Koneru Humpy with the black pieces. This is going to be quite tough, because it's clear that Polina will definitely convert this. She is a queen. She has a queen for a rook and an attack on white's king. Wenjun might also win her game, so Wenjun will catch up with Divya going into the final round.
And that's just, it's not fun. You know, if Divya started with, say, a slower start and then won all these games to get 6 out of 8, you start feeling great. You're like, I'm tied for first place. But when you're leading the whole way and you start to feel like, I can really do this, and then you're dragged back into a tie, it probably doesn't feel very nice. And, you know, you have to kind of
pull yourself together. That's for sure. And but her father is here, so maybe some pep talk in the break. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's necessary, but it's just difficult, because no matter who says what to you, it could be your best friend, your father, you know, and it's hard as a chess player to forget about what just happened, because we often want to correct our mistakes. And we see the rook comes up to c3. If this king goes to e2, I think the bishop just simply joins in on the action. And yeah, it does seem like she will need a pep talk after this game.
Definitely, and hopefully that works, but not in this game. This game is Polina's to win, but Divya fights on. Divya plays king f4, and now the king is out in the open. Let's stick to this game, and before we move on to the others.
Yeah, it looks like it's just checkmate in a couple moves, because the king, again, is trying to run away. So I think the smartest move is probably f6. It's the only escape square for the king, and then you play g5 or queen g4 with checkmate. So f6, just removing the last hope of a mad dash, and that, unfortunately for Divya, will end this game in defeat for her.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, yeah, she does play f6. I mean, Polina's so precise. This is very tough to take for Divya. In fact, she had the chance to exchange queens right out of the opening and go for a very safe position.
And the game is over. It's official. Polina Shubhalova wins the game, and that's good for her. She moves 1 point behind Divya in the standings, but it's a very sad moment for Divya. And there is another game. That's the good news. Like, she's still tied for first at worst going into the last round, but it just doesn't feel very nice to get into the last stretch with a loss.
Yeah, definitely. I hope she will find a way to cheer herself up and come back with all her fighting spirit in the last game. Polina, on the other hand, moves up in the leaderboard. She also has a chance to catch Divya, right?
Yeah, she's a chance against Divya and also Ju Wenjun, because if this is the correct position, the last one played by Savita was f5, which simply blunders a pawn because the rook on e3 is not defended enough time. So it looks like Ju Wenjun, she's been steady throughout this whole event. She's made it's going to be 4 draws and 4 wins for her, and you can't really ask for much more. She's playing a great event, and she is about to secure this victory.
Wow, so she's played like a thorough professional, drawing one game a day and winning the rest too, not having lost any games so far.
0
and
losses.
all her games have been top quality. Definitely she's going to convert this as well. And whom does she play in the last round? She plays, let me just go through the pairings. Okay, Ju Wenjun faces Anna Oshanina in the last round, and Polina, on the other hand, faces Harika. So Divya has to trust her future teammate will do the job, and also, of course, if she manages to win against Humpy, then she doesn't need to care about the other results.
Right, she controls her own destiny. That's the best part
Yeah.
for Divya and for Ju Wenjun, who now that result is in the books, she can win this game, and if she wins the last round, then the tournament will be at minimum a tie for first. So that's a big situation for Ju Wenjun, shaking up the standings. And yeah, I think realistically, I don't see both Ju Wenjun and Divya losing, because that's the only way Paulina joins them. So I think it's really a two-person race. It's just between Divya and Ju Wenjun here. And yeah, the way this game is going, it's been a pretty stellar game from the start. Savita blundered the a2 pawn, allowed the knight to escape, and we see with the clock here, it's only probably a matter of seconds. Oh, and bishop d3
she
was
does play
played.
bishop d3, so maybe even d5.
Oof,
Oh, just bishop e4.
yeah,
and
one of these
d5.
pawns. How many extra pawns does Black have? 3?
Yes, that's correct. Wow. So yeah, do you think we should go on to other games or stick to this one? Maybe we might see a resignation coming in.
Yeah, let's just see the conversion here. I do think that it's just a few moves away. She needs to protect her rooks, and once she makes a move king f7, I think that's just game over, because as long as you don't blunder a rook on e7, you're threatening to take this bishop. Trades, of course, help Black here, so king f7 seems to be a final touch. And
She does go for that, and bishop d3 in the air. So yeah, wonderful technique by Wenjun. So much to be happy about in this tournament. Wow, Savita has been having a tough tournament. She did have a great win against Nino yesterday, but yeah, of course she will be hoping for more.
And she is the youngest player in the competition. She's also one of the lower, and there's a resignation. So Ju Wenjun officially joins Divya Deshmukh in a tie for first place. But being the youngest player and one of the lowest rated players, you're in a tough spot to begin with, but it's invaluable experience that she's gaining. She just got to play the Women's World Champion. That's not something that everyone gets to do.
Absolutely.
And she'll have 2 more cracks at her, because in the Blitz double round robin, she gets to play everyone 2 more times. So this event is not over for any of the players after today. They will play Blitz, and hopefully they can relax a little bit after the Rapid's done and then just enjoy themselves in the Blitz.
Yeah, let's go to the other games, because all of them are now nearing time pressure. Anna Oshanina with Koneru Humpy, they have almost equal time. So for a change, Anna is not low on time than her opponent.
But her king is definitely more exposed. Humpy is the safest king in the world. Not a single piece is attacking it. No pawns have moved. And there's king on f2. I see this queen staring this way. A knight can come into d3 with check. So it's white's turn. This is the big threat. This looks very unpleasant. And the knight's on the rim.
This is one thing about like these strong players, that they don't give up. Humpy was on 1 point on the first day, or maybe half a point.
She had 1 point out of 5.
5, wow. And now she's won the last 2 games, and she might win this one as well. It's an incredible comeback, and she definitely needs needs the confidence not only for this tournament, but she has tournaments lined up. She's playing the World Team Championships immediately after they fly out on 5th. So yeah, there's so much to learn from all these players.
And we were pretty shocked to see the start that she had. It's so unusual for her, considering how strong she is. And now she's finding her form, and that's scary for the rest of the field, because
Yes.
if she can bring the form she's shown over the last few games into the Blitz, she's going to be one of the favorites contending for first place.
Yes, and sometimes players who find their form in the next half always hope that there would have been more rounds, then they could have actually won the tournament. But she will get more rounds in the Blitz. Knight f5 on the board. Is there a knockout punch here, or do we simply play bishop b8 and bishop a7?
Oh, that is some. I wasn't even looking at that direction, but that should clearly win the game, because the king will have to go to g2 and the queen slides into e2 with check. That looks devastating. So retreating moves are usually the hardest to find.
We also blunder our rook on c8. Do you think
Oh,
it's okay? Probably not. Let's not. blunder the
no,
rook.
that's maybe a little bit too risky. And ooh, she goes for the attack right away. So if king f3, there's queen f1.
Wow. Oh, that's very convincing, because king g2, queen e2, and king h3, queen f1, king h4, and maybe just f6 with the idea of g5.
This king can't even run away, right? If king here, just we simply go for this h2.
Sorry, h2 is hanging. I missed that.
I mean, you're looking for the more difficult checkmate. Sometimes it's right there. No, this just is over. That's a nice find. I was looking at this bishop. I'll save it, but she goes right for the immediate check, and the second check will help deliver a mate.
This is a beautiful game so far by Humpy. Whatever we saw of it, we didn't see the whole game, but every time we visited this game, Humpy was in total control, and this final touch with knight g4, king f3 will run into queen f1, king e4, and maybe rook e8.
Just bring all the pieces to the attack. And at any moment, I'm sure black can win back the sacrifice piece, so that would be good enough. But yeah, queen f1 check seems automatic. And where is the mate? That's rook c4 can also be played.
Wow,
Queen
rook
e2 can be played. Rook e8. All of those moves look good.
Rook e8, and we also can pick up the knight on f5, even if we don't find the checkmate. But this is definitely winning for black.
As long as she makes her moves in time, because we don't want to bring up bad memories. But she did. Unfortunately
she
for her,
played queen e2 with the idea that king d4 would have been met with bishop e5 checkmate. So knight to e3 and maybe rook e8 now, and it picks up the knight on e3. Wow,
just
this
take
is
the
a
knight,
fantastic, fantastic game actually.
And yeah, I think we might see a resignation in a moment, because knight takes e3 hits the rook. It also delivers a checkmating net against this king. Knight
What a way to get your confidence back. I mean, this is just fantastic play by Humpy last 3 games. She's just... to checkmate your opponent in the center of the board. Do you think that's going to happen? Queen g4 was checkmate, yes.
It's interesting, because when the rook was not on d3, queen g4 was not mate, but suddenly it was checkmate. So checkmate in 1 was missed. We'll forgive her, because she's going to win the queen instead. So they say, when there's checkmate, look for better. King b5, knight d4. This is beautiful. This is so nice. There's a resignation, and there's a win for Humpy Conero. She goes to 4 out of 8, so still not the score she would like, but 3 wins in a row for the legend.
And what a wonderful game. If it was the last game to finish, I'm sure there would have been an applause.
Yes. But unfortunately, there were other games going, so applause would distract.
One game going on, because Nino, meanwhile, won against Irina. Wow, what a first win in 5 games.
In the final position, she has way too much material for the queen this pawn was going to promote. So Nino wins, and that leaves us with 1 game left between Harika and Vantika. And it looks like Harika is cruising to victory up a pawn, and it's a very good pawn.
A typical Harika win. She outplayed Vantika positionally. Of course, it's now a pawn-up situation with beautifully placed bishops. Everything's very, very convenient for white to win this game. Tough for Vantika, though. I mean, she was leading the tournament after the first day, but this is a tough tournament.
It's an extremely tough tournament, and some of the favorites, they started very badly. So you're playing Harika, who is not having the best tournament that she could, and she's still such a strong grandmaster. And so here it's just about the finishing touch. I think bishop c5, pin and win on the e7 knight. If the bishop moves back to f6, the rook slides to e1, and you win that piece.
And rook e8, c7 even. So we make a queen if we don't win the piece. Yeah, this is great. Also a very good quality game by Harika, as much as we saw of it, right? Like, I mean, she did everything right in the Benoni from the white side.
Yeah, one of those vintage games where you just get a slight advantage. You open up the board at the right time, and then you get a passed pawn that, in this case, can barely be stopped. So Harika just spending a little bit of her minute left. Rook e1 just ends the game on the spot. I'm sure c7 is a pretty good move, but I wouldn't rush c7 just because king e8 looks a little more complicated to me, although this rook d1 move after, it doesn't look so tricky.
Yeah, rook e1 is very easy and convincing as well. And yeah, I don't see any defense for black. So very important win for Harika there. She will be on.
Even
She
score.
will move. Yeah, she will move on to equal after 4 points out of 8, and yeah, good news for the Indian fans. But of course, Vantika will not be happy with her game.
No, and I think they're.
But the good part is that Vantika played a new opening. So as you mentioned, either you win or you learn. So she learns so much about the new opening that she's played.
I think eventually she'll agree to that. At the moment, she probably will not be feeling so good because she started with 2.5 out of 3. So after the first day, there were maybe heightened expectations, and it looks like here we see the pieces are getting traded off. If rook takes, bishop takes the end, bishop b7 allows you to promote the pawn. Yeah, I do think that she's not going to be so thrilled, and it's tough to watch a player who was with such a promising start. It sort of feels bad to see them have a rough stretch like this.
Yeah, but chess is unpredictable. Sport is unpredictable. Chess even more so, because it's all about one move, and you can give up a huge advantage or win from a completely lost position. But this was not one of those cases. Harika played an excellent game and will convert it.
Yes, it's going to be an extra rook any moment now. Harika doesn't need to rush that decision, but she's going to push her pawn. And it looks like only an exchange, because you'll get the pawn and the bishop for the rook, but the bishop on e7 will be loose at the end of this. So Vantika, she resigns. Harika gets the victory, and both of the top two players for India, Harika and Humpy, they go to 4 out of 8. So at least it feels respectable. It's like not a good tournament for you, but you're even score. It happens, and it's great to see them rebound in this way. But I think as happy as the Indian fans can be for those two, as we look at the results, there's one result that India's fans are going to be very upset about.
Yeah, Divya Deshmukh losing that game to Polina, nobody expected that to happen. We were in fact thinking that Divya might win the tournament in this round itself. We had so many conversations about that. She has been in great form in the event, but Polina Shuvalova, a player to watch out for always. She's so resourceful. She has also drawn some completely worse positions against Anna Oshanina as well as Vantika today, and in the must-win situation, she beat Divya Deshmukh on demand with the black pieces.
And look at this. All 5 games were decisive. So as we see the standings, everyone is fighting down the stretch. Nino Batisashvili in last place, now tied. She won her game against Irina Krush, but we see Wenjun, Divya Deshmukh in first place tie with 6 out of 8, and it's really down to those two. And look at Harika and Humpy. They're in 4th and 5th place out of nowhere. So suddenly Humpy, she's back right near the top where she belongs. She plays against Divya Deshmukh, so she can play the role of spoiler at this stage. And nobody really wants to root against anybody or for anybody. We're unbiased here, but I think for Humpy, she can sort of ruin Divya's tournament in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not at all about ruining Divya's tournament. In fact, for her, it's all about proving herself and getting those good games in and getting into good form for the Blitz, for the next events that are lined up. I was speaking to Harika this morning, and she said, I want to be in good form for the World Team Championship, which they are going to play immediately. And their performance here not only matters in terms of this tournament, but also the next ones. So I'm sure Humpy wants to finish the tournament with a win, and Divya, of course, will fight her heart out, and we will find out in a few minutes. We will be back, and we will find out who wins the second edition of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid event for women.
For the first time since round 3, we have a tie atop the leaderboard. Right now, it is Wenjun who has caught up to Divya Deshmukh. This is the 9th and final round of Tata Steel Chess India Women's Rapid event. Soumya, Divya has been leading the whole way, but currently she is tied with Wenjun, and both of them have tough final round matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, great for Wenjun, very tough for Divya. It matters a lot about what did she do in the break, that will really dictate her mood going into the final round. She, of course, has a very tough matchup playing black pieces against in-form Koneru Hampi, who has won all her 3 games. There we see Wenjun on the screen, and there's Divya giving a handshake to Hampi, a formidable opponent anyway, but especially with her form today. It's a tough task for Divya. I think the clocks have started and the games have begun. Hampi opens with d4 on the board as expected. Divya taking her time and playing knight of 6.
Yeah, and Divya showed up late to the 8th round game against Paulina. She was in time trouble throughout that whole game. She is settled in early against Hampi, somebody she's likely looked up to as a hero since the time she started playing chess. But now there's no time to idolize. You have to face off against one of your heroes, but your competitors. You're not idols. It is one person versus another. And I think for Divya, it's going to be interesting to see how she rebounds from the 8th round.
Absolutely, and she chooses a very interesting opening with the Queen's Indian defense and going for the bishop a6 move, not bishop to a7 but to a6. What is the idea of this move, Robert? Of course, the c4 pawn is attacked, but what if I simply support it? Do you actually go back to b7 or keep the bishop on a6?
Depends on the variation that Hampi's about to choose, because the common move is queen out to a4 or queen to c2, both of which defend this pawn on c4. And black often strikes with c5, especially with the queen on c2, because this pawn on d4 lost one of its important defenders. So if the queen's on c2, the black knight jumps out to c6, suddenly you see an initiative in the center of the board. So Divya is choosing an opening that used to be very popular. We don't see it as much anymore. It's kind of like a Tata Indica, it's got that vintage history. There's a lot of respect there, but it's kind of gone out of style and has been replaced.
Yeah, but it's solid as ever. So everyone who owns an Indica is proud of it. As I am proud of your knowledge about India. I mean, so impressive already. Also, let's have a look at Wenjun's game, because that is the other leaderboard. Wenjun has a chance to win the tournament outright or at least tie with Divya for first place and go for the tie breaks. Wenjun playing against Anna Ushanina with the white pieces.
Yeah, so we're bringing up that game. Wenjun gets the first move advantage. We have seen the start of the game, so we understand the structure. The dark square bishops have been traded, and I don't think that Anna is upset about it in the slightest. This bishop on c8 is always an interesting question what to do with that, because it can go out to f5 or to g4 or to stay on e6 to be defensive, but this queen might slide out to b3 and apply queenside pressure. So this is the Wenjun position against Anna Ushanina, and both sides to this point have been playing instantly.
Wow, so good news for Anna, because she usually, in the last game, she had such less time already after the 7th move. Here she's gone past that mark. We are 8 moves into the game with 24 minutes on the clock for Anna. So it seems like she's in her preparation. We will come back to this one. Let's have a quick look at all the other games that are going on. Maybe Shuvalova playing against Harika is an interesting matchup to look at. This could be a fight for the bronze in the rapid tournament, because Harika is on 4th place, so is Hampi. They're tied for 4th and 5th, and Shuvalova is on 3rd place currently. Can they catch up with Polina?
Yeah, Paulina, if she wins, she may catch up to Divya or Wenjun, but for Harika or Hampi, with wins of their own, they can end up in a tie for 3rd place. That's the best possible finish. And if you're Harika, I think this is kind of a dream opening, not because black is necessarily better or anything like that, but it's a fighting position. It's not just going to force a draw. This pawn on e5 is a weakness for sure. And in French style, this knight comes out to e7 and to g6. This knight on b8, likely coming out to c6. I tend to like these positions for black. I played the white side of the French. I usually like it, but this particular position I've struggled with because I feel like white is overextended on the queen side and in the center.
But another question I wanted to ask is here white does have the option of getting a pair of bishop position anytime. Why is it not an advantageous decision to do that?
Yeah, because if you take on c7, you get the bishop pair, but this queen c3 check, this c2 pawn is in the queen sights, and of course the e5 pawn is loose. So I just feel like it can be difficult for white to handle all of the weak squares and weak pawns, and that's why it's not going to be immediate that she takes on c7. She doesn't have to do it immediately anyway. She can develop knight f3 first, but I just feel like there's so many weaknesses in this position for white that for me personally it's been difficult to play this position.
That's interesting. So good news for Harika fans. Polina, of course, has played remarkably in this tournament as well. The last game against Divya, wow, such an accomplishment. She will be very proud of that one. And if she manages to win this one, then she could even catch up with Wenjun and Divya, even though that possibility is quite low for both of them losing and Polina winning. We will find out. That brings us to the first poll of the day. Who do you think is gonna win the tournament, guys? Let us know.
Yeah, there are only three options.
Only three options, and we might have a little more of Indian fans in the chat, but we want to find out what's the case.
Yeah, I think that's probably the arbiter on the camera right there. We see a little swaying back and forth, just checking out the board. But good to see focused players and arbiters making sure that everything is under control. So we should focus our attention this final round mainly on the games between Divya and Humpy, and Wenjun take on Uchenna. We will try to, of course, look at other games as we see fit. But bishop d3. This point is that the bishop stares towards the black king side. This pawn e5, it's going to need as many defenders as it can get.
I cannot take my eyes off the arbiter. I mean, he's so nervous, more nervous than the players. Bishop to d3 on the board. There are sacrifices that could come up on h7 if black castles quickly on the short side with knight f3, bishop h7, a typical Greek gift sacrifice, knight g5 and queen h5 to follow. Black, of course, won't allow it, but it's just one of the ideas on the board. Can we go to how Irina is doing against Savita Shri and just have a quick look on the boards?
Okay, so both these players are not in the top of the standings, but they would like to end the rapid portion on a positive note. We see it was a King's Indian defense from Savita Shri. She has what you can say a bad bishop, as is typical in the King's Indian, but she's got very good control over some central squares. The d4 square can't be covered by a pawn, but on the other hand, black's c6 pawn covers d5, which means the knight is not jumping here anytime soon. One of white's plans is often to push the pawn to try to gain control over the center.
Wow, well pointed out, Robert. I think, so whom would you rather take in this position, white or black, or is it like a level position playable for both sides?
I typically like playing these positions from the white side. We see complete development from white. Black has yet to bring out this light square bishop, and I think, as I mentioned, this plan here is quite straightforward. Gaining space, creating an idea to play pawn to b5 to give this knight access to d5. That's really critical in these positions.
It's a really nice plan. At first glance, I thought, oh, I would prefer to take black because I see that there is a square on d4 that can be occupied by my knight, whereas the square on d5 is unavailable. But firstly, you point out that white has her own plan of going a3, b4, b5 and getting that square by exchanging the pawn on c6. Secondly, how does the knight on a6 come to e6 even ever? Because you need to go to e6 in order to go to d4, and then the e5 pawn hangs. So it's a long trip, and white will pose a lot of problems in that journey.
Yeah, not a fun trip either. It's not in business class, nothing like that. It's going right in the back like everybody else, and going to actually cost this pawn e5. So that's not something that Savita will easily accomplish. And I guess we have one game remaining that we haven't looked at, Vantika against Nino.
Nino, yes,
so let's,
definitely.
Finish our tour of all 5 games before we lock in to the players playing for first place. Hey, this looks familiar. Nino once again choosing this adventurous line from the black side.
Yeah, I actually had a chat with Nino in the break, not right now, but earlier, about her game with Wenjun, and she was quite happy with her position. She was quite happy with her game. She said, Wenjun simply played too well. It's not my fault. So she decides to repeat her line, and I guess she's right in her approach. She has a lot to be happy with about her games. Her games have been good qualities, just that the results didn't come.
Her first game was exceptional against Paulina. Her game against Irina seemed to be pretty good, but as you're saying, earlier against Wenjun, she was fighting. Like, she played this exact line. She had good chances, but Vantika might have looked at that and is repeating the line for a reason. But I do think that the adventurous knight maneuver, and eventually the bishop went to e8. Well, I guess the queen had gone to b8 first,
Yes.
and the rook got to d8. The knight on e5 stops that.
Yeah, the knight on e5. I think Wenjun went knight to d2, and
Right, rook b1 first.
she got rook b1 and knight b3 allowed knight to c1. So Nino going for the same idea. I guess she can play knight b3 and knight c1 if white allows it, but white might not. White might play rook b1 right now, and for knight b3 you simply play bishop to e3, I guess, and support the d4 pawn.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, the knight's coming here, so maybe the bishop goes out, the rook comes to d1, but it's clear that black will have counterplay with a c5 type of maneuver. I like this line. I actually might look into it from the black side. It seems a lot of fun to play, but unfortunately for Nino and for Vantika, they're, especially after day one, it looks like Vantika was going to play for first. I mean, she was 2.5 out of 3, but since then, unfortunately, her strong opponents have not given her so many chances. So why don't we may go back to one of our co-leaders.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at how Divya is doing against Humpy, an all-Indian matchup. Tough for the fans to decide whom to root for, whether to root for Divya, who will win the tournament, at least tie for first if she wins this game, or for Humpy, who's of course looking to get back into the tournament. And of course, I mean, we have Humpy fans all over India for a really long time now, so it's a tough call for the fans as well, no?
That's true. You're rooting either kind of for somebody or against the other, and you don't want to choose because Divya is becoming more of a household name with her successes, but Humpy's she's been a successful player for so long, a grandmaster. She crossed 2,600 in classical chess. Of course, she has so many accomplishments to her name, but Humpy unfortunately doesn't have a chance to win the tournament. So some people at home, we did run a poll. I don't know if we got the results of who people are rooting for.
Absolutely. Let's check. I will definitely have a look if we have the results. Yes, we do. The poll results are out. It's not that surprising, but slightly. Divya 23%, Wenjun 43%, and tie breaks 25%. So I guess we have like a balanced audience out there, and yeah, I mean, it's a logical poll result, but it's shocking to me because they gave 22% to Wenjun in her previous poll, and now suddenly they are rooting for Wenjun. Maybe they were impressed by her game.
Also, I think realism sets in where Divya had the black piece. We asked the question at the start of the round. Right now, I actually like Divya's position and her chances. It's a very neutral position, chances for both sides, but activity is the name of the game for Divya. But Wenjun enters with the white pieces. She is the women's world champion, so I think naturally she would be the favorite on paper, but anything can happen, especially in rapid chess, and this move d5 suggests that Divya is not just going to play calmly, not just some simple d6 and queen c7. She goes for a more aggressive approach, and maybe this pawn will get to d4, and this pawn to e5 later in the game, and suddenly we're talking about a huge space advantage for black.
Yeah, that completely blocks the path of the bishop, the d4 and e5 pawns, and black will also threaten e4 next, and black's bishop on a6 will do nothing but can be rerouted via the c8 square to f5 or via b7 on this diagonal h1 and a8, h1 to a8. So yeah, black is having a lot of fun here, as opposed to what Mr. Normal H Super said in the chat earlier. They said that Humpy have so much pressure, experience in Queen's Indian defense. I don't know if it was the best decision from Divya, but maybe it was.
I think it's been a good decision. I think that you see by the clock management that Divya is ahead on time. I think this poses more challenges to Humpy when she has the free hand, so to speak. A position where she can play for two results. She is so unbelievably strong, and Humpy is improving by each and every game. We can sense that her form is coming back. But I do think that in a situation where you look at Ju and Jun's game, which we should do right now, you think, oh, Ju and Jun, she might win, so let me try to win myself. This gives black chances. And let's go to the Wenjun game. And okay, look at this position. It's a dream position for white. Pawn has lifted off to f4. It might go to f5 at some point, but I like that this bishop is open towards the king side if the black king goes there. And if the king goes here, I see a4, a5, maybe rook to b1 and b4, b5, just an attack.
Wow, this is so promising for white. I mean, it's so simple to play as white, and as you pointed out, there's so many ideas, and the king really doesn't know which side to go to, but whichever side it does go to, it will be under attack. So I mean, I would be very, very nervous about my position as black here. I have a feeling that Anna will choose to anyway castle on the short side, because at least then white's king also gets exposed in case you want to attack black with the pawns. I think long castle would be a very, very risky decision for me to take, because just imagine, even a pawn sacrifice with b4 might be promising, not immediately but in the future, and a4, a5, as you pointed out, so strong.
Just push all these pawns is the real plan, and it seems very straightforward. Black can try at some point to go for the king side, but white will close it down. I'm with you. It seems that white controls those pawn breaks, and it's not so much about the immediate computer evaluation. We're just trying to show ideas, but the point does stand that white has much more natural access to an attack. And so Jun, she looks up at the screen. Now she's back focusing on her board more, but I think that white's position is much better. And actually, didn't we have like some super chat question? Or
oh yeah, I
you said something about that.
Yeah, we did. We missed out in the it actually came up in the previous round, but we missed out reading it. Mr. Narayanan sent us a super chat saying, "Soumya, nice to see you commentating. Thank you." And he says, "Well done" to me. Oh, so sweet.
Aww.
And he says, he asks you, Robert, what is your favorite Indian dish? Yeah, it's an important question. We must talk about this.
I love Indian food. I always have. I love spicy food. So let's see. I love Baigan Bharta.
You're just like shocking me right now. Usually, chicken tikka is the go-to favorite.
No, I think I used to expect an American to say, well, I don't eat meat, but like, paneer tikka masala or something like that. I love Baigan Bharta. Yeah, that's
okay.
probably I mean, now I don't. You're so surprised. I don't know what to say.
I'm shocked that you know this dish and you have even tried it.
Yeah.
Wow. And you've also been eating Indian the last 3 days. And if not for Vidit, you would have only stuck to Indian food. But
yeah.
He keeps asking you to share his Italian food for some reason.
I guess it makes sense because he eats the food from India all the time. So he's like, oh, let me have some pizza or pasta. I don't want that. I'm here and I'm enjoying the Indian cuisine. So yeah, that was my answer. And you really, I'm like surprised by how surprised you are.
It's too much. It's too much for me to take. I'm also shocked by how you know about SRK and Red Chili's entertainment. I mean, oh my God, like half of the Indians might not know the name of his company, but you do.
I like red chili in my food and my entertainment. What can I say? I mean, we were talking about Happy New Year. We'll say that a few months from now, but it's also a good movie.
Oh my God, Robert is too up to date and too much Indian for us. And I mean, I really think the chat should suggest you some Indian movies.
Oh, I would love that. Yeah, that's a great idea. Chat, please list your favorite Indian movies. I would love to, and please don't just say RRR. I've already seen it, and it is a very good movie. But I'm just saying that's too common. Like, give me some other suggestions that I might not have already heard of or seen.
Okay, we will see what the chat suggests.
I've seen the Doom movies as well, so.
Too much. Chat, please come up with good suggestions so that Robert enjoys all the Indianness, and you might watch it tonight and we'll share it with you tomorrow.
Okay, fine. I mean,
it's too much pressure, but okay.
Oh, but speaking of too much pressure, I had recommended, if we can bring the board back up, this move from Ju and Jun. I actually put this on the board saying this would be an idea, and it turned out she just made a big mistake. So look at this move G4. She's going for the attack, but just as you said, Soumya, the king's on the wrong side. So knight takes G4, knight takes bishop takes, queen takes e3 check at the end,
Wow.
wins the bishop on d3, and black has stolen 2 pawns.
A big moment in the tournament. This is such a crucial game for Wenjun. She probably must win this in order to win the tournament. Otherwise, it's very dicey. And g4, such a big mistake. What happens? Black can simply take this pawn, and it's so easy to miss this tactic.
And we'll see if Anna spots it, because if she plays knight takes g4, suddenly Divya in her game, she might not be thinking, oh, I need to win. So when these two are playing, Wenjun and Divya Deshmukh, they're looking not just at their own board, but because if Divya with black against Humpy, normally, oh, I make a draw, it's a great result. But now if she makes a draw and Wenjun wins, you're like, okay, that's not good. Now I need to win. So they're playing this game where one eye, or let's say both eyes are on their board, but one eye is on the other board as well. And we'll see if Anna, if she plays knight takes g4, suddenly it seems like for the first time all tournament almost, except for against Harika, that Wenjun would be in some trouble.
Absolutely. I was thinking about the exact same thing, that this is probably her first mistake of the tournament, but such a costly one. I mean, it's the most important round of the tournament. We will find out if Anna actually takes on g4. Do you want to stick on this game, or do we go to Divya's game with Humpy? Against Humpy, and see what she's doing there. Maybe we stick to this board for a second and see if Anna does go for knight g4.
Yeah, let's do that, just because we have an eye on the other board as well. We'll update if anything big changes there, but this is a huge moment in the tournament standings. And sometimes Magnus has spoken about this, where he'll see a tactic only after he makes a move, but it's really important to just keep your calm, because if you alert your opponent to something, that could really be a problem. And knight takes g4. This is not intentional. I don't think that she intentionally gave away a pawn in front of her own king. It does open files to lose pawns, but I think that this would be a big opportunity for Anna Uchenina.
Oh my god, this is so huge. And look at Wenjun. I think her body language changed a bit after she of course spotted that she's made that mistake, because her body language, she was very relaxed so far, and now she's leaning forward, thinking about how does she respond to knight g4. Maybe she tries to find some counter play, like she's thinking about her next moves already, and in case Anna doesn't take it, then she simply breathes a huge sign of relief, maybe make it too obvious to the opponent, and continues with her attack.
And Anna, you don't want to just trust your opponent, right? Because sometimes people are acting like they blundered, but in reality it's something that they wanted. But here it does seem that knight takes g4. I'll just show that one more time. Knight takes g4. You're not blundering a piece, because after knight takes g4, bishop takes e3 is check to both the king and the bishop, as you can see from the arrows on screen. So this is such a huge moment for the tournament, because it's not just about Anna Uchenina after winning this event last year, getting a nice victory over the women's world champion. This could actually help Divya Deshmukh so much, and not just Divya, it could also help Paulina. She's a point behind. If Paulina can win, suddenly we might see even a three-way tie if Divya and Wenjun lose.
That would be epic, and we are not sure what happens, but we know that if two players tie, they do play a tie break of 2 Blitz games of 5 plus 2, 5 minutes plus 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Yep.
Increment per move, and if those matches are also tied, then they play an Armageddon. But what happens if 3 players are tied? We haven't yet checked, because we simply didn't expect it.
And I doubt it will happen. I still find it very difficult to believe that both Wenjun and Divya will lose and then Paulina will win. That is a miracle scenario if you are Paulina. And why don't we just check in to see how Divya is doing, because while Wenjun sits and waits for Anna's reply, I'm going to take us over to the game with Humpy with the white pieces and Divya with black. Divya's up about 4 minutes on the clock. It's a hanging pawn structure, and that could be bad if you push a pawn and give away a square like c4, but it's actually very good for activity. A rook can come to e8 or d8, and a rook to c8, things like this nature. Black just has so much space because the pawns are advanced.
Oh, it's a great thing to point out, Robert. And I was just checking if white can play e4 right now, but she plays knight e4, preventing white from playing e4. I also liked your suggestion of going rook d8, because it's so natural. The queen is on d1. You want to put your rook in the same file as the queen. But knight e4 also a decent move. It does break up the pawns, But it's okay because we get a nice pawn on e4, it blocks the bishop on g2, and then we support it with f5.
Right. And if you play knight d2, you could play f5, but I'm also tempted to play e3 to shatter the pawn structure in front of the white king. If you take this way, well, your extra pawn doesn't look very healthy. A rook can come to d8, a rook can go to e8, a bishop to g5, things of this nature, and suddenly it does seem like white would be in some trouble. So I think that knight takes e4 is a move you don't play lightly. If Humpy plays the move, she's going to spend a bit of time before executing it. It just seems very risky to allow a pawn sacrifice in e3.
Oh, e3 is such a nice sacrifice to make. You want to play it and simply go for it and calculate later. I really like the suggestion, Robert, and maybe Divya also wants Humpy to go for this line, so Humpy taking her time here. Can we go back to, no, Wenjun's opponent has still not moved, so we will go back to that game later. Let's have a look at Shuvalova's game against Harika, because Shuvalova might also have a chance to catch both the players.
Although the way that Harika is playing this, I don't see many chances for white, at least not for now. There are double pawns. That's the bad news for black, at least in theory. But in practice here, there's this open f-file, and that could be dangerous for white to deal with. e6 is defended. I'm looking at this position, and I'm thinking for black, how do I play for a win? This rook looks like it's a good file, but it can't move anywhere forward. I really like this position for Harika.
Yeah, her pieces are so shaky, let's just put it that way, because the rook is supporting the knight on d4. It doesn't need much support because the queen is on g4, but the knight basically can't move because the pawn on f2 will be under huge pressure. h3, a very logical move. You want to at least make an escape square for your king. But what next? I mean, the queen on g4 also attacking e6, but bishop on d7 covers it very comfortably. It's so awkward to play this as black. I also like a plan like h5, g5 and h4 if we can get it. Just gains more space on the king side and weaken f2 further.
Agreed. Yeah, it looks very pleasant for black. And you could play, she plays h5, so she goes for your ambitious variation. After queen e4, I think she probably has to do something about this b7 pawn as loose. But there are many options, including like a bishop b5 type of idea. This knight really struggles to move because f2 is hanging.
Wow, bishop b5 is very nice. Very nice trick there. And if king was on h2, then maybe it wouldn't work. But yeah, king being on g1. And maybe she also wanted to play h2 on the next move, king to h2 on the next move. So h5 is also very timely. Yeah, I really like this for black, in fact. And Harika, I saw Harika and Humpy having a small chat before the first round of the day today, and they were speaking to each other in Telugu, which is their spoken language. I didn't understand any of it, of course, but I feel that conversation really helped both of them because Humpy has had a great day. Harika also has played well, and maybe she will finish the tournament with a win.
Yeah, that would be great. And there is a big update that we have to get to. Anna Ushina did take the pawn on g4. She decided to take it with her bishop, so we'll head right back over there. That at this moment, g4 was played. It was an ambitious move, but it turns out it was a blunder of a pawn that Anna takes with the bishop, but queen g3, bishop d7. And the good news for Wenjun is it's a blunder. I don't think she maybe planned this exactly, but it could lead to a vicious attack down the g-file.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blunder that simply worked out for white somehow. Maybe bishop g4 was not the way to take. Maybe knight g4 was the way, because then you at least exchange the knight on e5, which is also such a strong piece. King h1, and this is exactly what Wenjun was thinking about when Anna was taking her time. We must note that Anna took way too much time to take on g4. She is down to 9 minutes for Wenjun's 18. So Wenjun thought in Anna's time she made use of her opponent's thinking time and plays her moves quickly, puts pressure on Anna on the board as well as on the clock.
Yeah, so even if that was a blunder, the situation actually looks very promising for white. Here's a huge attack going with the rook coming to g1. I think black should put the king over and then slide the rook to g8 to defend against the checkmate. But a king in the corner, that could find itself in all sorts of checkmates that you need to be careful about. So this opportunity for Wenjun is there. Why don't we look back at Divya against Humpy just to see if anything has happened. It doesn't look like much has changed in that game. I'll just flash it on the screen. It looks like the knights were traded on e5, and now it's Divya's turn to figure out what to do about this knight stare down. If a rook should come to d8 or a queen to e6, things of that nature. But the hanging pawns, they suddenly look a little more hanging.
Yeah, they do, but it's okay because the bishop on e7 supports c5. We don't need to worry about that pawn, and pawn on d5 can also be easily supported with the rook in just in case. I honestly like Black's position. She's the more active one here. White is so passive. Only her bishop is out of the second rank. All other pieces are on the first and second ranks, and the bishop on e5 doesn't target anything. So maybe rook c2, queen a1 is an idea that comes to my mind. But then f6 and what next? So I just don't find many active plans for white here, and that's why I prefer Black.
Yeah, I think she'll probably trade because she's lacking in activity and then allow this e3 push and say, at least that opens up my bishop on the long diagonal. But Divya says go for it, right? Exactly this variation. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen c2, e3, I think is a natural move. f5 that you suggested earlier can also be played. So this is a tough call. Do I get defensive while still keeping my pawn blocking the bishop, or do I go for it and ruin the pawn structure for white? I don't think these choices are very easy. I think that for both players, and that's why Humphrey just plays queen c2. She said, I don't want to change the pawn structure right now, and we see the eval bar saying Black's doing well.
Yeah, Black eval bar seems to be liking Black. What about the chat? Do you like Divya's chances against Humpy? Maybe that can be a next poll. Chat, please give us your vote. Do you think Divya will take down the former world rapid champion, former world number 2, and the absolute hero of women's chess in India? We will find out. Let's go to Wenjun's game, Robert, because it seems like Wenjun is again in control. The G file looks such a nasty open file for white to attack, and the queen on h4, what is it doing? Knight g3 is not really a threat. Can we take on d7 and play rook g4 and rook to g1 here? Are there better options?
Looks like it's going to be a very promising initiative for white. I just want to see what happened. The bishop went back. She went knight h5, so she wanted to defend her king actively. Instead of sliding the king and the rook over, she went knight h5 and then went queen h4 just to defend the knight. But this is looking very nice for Wenjun. And, you know, I'm starting to wonder, what I thought was a blunder, maybe this was just a sacrifice. But queen h3, by the way, that's a very smart move. The queen trade, of course, will help Black out, saves her king. She is up a pawn, so trades should help, at least in theory. There's no way that white is trained. Just bring the queen back.
Of course. I mean, you're a pawn down more than anything else, and you have such a great chance to attack Black's king. You will not trade queens here, no matter what. Yeah, queen h3, and what next? Queen f2, maybe bishop f1 is also possible. f5 is possible. Maybe we trap the queen with f5 and bishop f1.
That's very, very dangerous for the g file is open, or queen is running out of squares. So bishop f5 would be a blunder because bishop f1 does in fact trap the queen, as you were talking about. So not an easy decision for Anna. She's down to 7 minutes. I don't even know what to suggest here.
This is very difficult for Anna, and I would be very surprised if g4 was a trap, so to speak. I think it was a pawn blunder, but Wenjun found her composure again. She dug deep. You know, we saw her in that thinking pose, which is so typical of chess players. And she found what she can do now that she has made the mistake. You know, she accepted the situation for what it is and made plans about her next move, which is the best attitude to have. And she's got it going for her.
Yeah, she does. And that's the thing. This knight on e5 is such a beautiful piece. It attacks the bishop. It puts pressure towards the king. It also blocks the e-file. Like if this knight were gone somehow, there'd be some counter pressure for Black. But that knight is not moving anytime soon. I think this is very dangerous for Black. So should we have to keep an eye on this game and the Divya game as well? Has anything changed with Divya?
Yeah, let's have a look at how Divya is doing. Can we quickly go and look at Paulina's game as well, because that's also a little important in terms of standings. You know, it's a fight for the third place after all, and maybe for first. Even.
Yeah, I guess first doesn't look likely, but still it's theoretically possible. Looks like for Harika, she just traded for the knight on d4, and that means that she really can't be any worse at this stage. There's opposite colored bishops. There are no weaknesses for black. In fact, black has better pieces because white's bishop on g3 is kind of like a tall pawn staring into its own pieces. The bishop on c6 has more range. I really like Harika's play thus far. She's no worse. She can play g5 if she would like. Maybe h4, maybe g4, bring her pieces up. I just don't see any real play for white.
Yeah, but it looks like maybe Polina can defend and it's sort of equalish. It's just worse for Polina. And also we were discussing this in a middle game with opposite color bishops. It's just harder to defend for the defending side because the bishop cannot defend the squares that the opposite colored bishop attacks, which is the g2 and point. But here it's quite safe. That's why maybe it's just equal and
Right.
just tough but equal.
Yeah, it should be no huge problems for white, at least at this moment. But if she draws, then it's clear that the top two will be Divya and Wenjun. So I think that those two players are, and the game is actually a draw. They just agreed to it.
Wow.
So it means that Polina moves into third place for sure. Because nobody can catch up to her. So she gets a bronze medal. And we will see now our focus back to the top two boards because Divya and Wenjun, they both really would like to win. And what just happened? It looks like Wenjun's getting closer to a victory. The rook went to d8. Her bishop dropped back to f1. The queen slid back to f5, and I think it's time.
H4.
Yeah, it's time for the attack.
Queen h4, and with the idea to even play knight takes d7 and bishop h3, taking up the knight for free. It's so dangerous. So you don't have time to play a move like king h8 even because white has too many threats on the board.
And after queen h4, then the knight moves back. And queen takes h6. Just give me this pawn in front of your king. So this looks like it is about to be a crushing win for Wenjun. And you can see it on Ushanna's face. She looked like she doesn't want to be in her chair. That's not the position she signed up for when she took that pawn on g4.
Absolutely. She thought that her opponent blundered, which she did, but then her opponent got such great compensation. It's a typical thing, sometimes your pawn is missing on h2 when you come on the board and you're happy about it because your rook gets an open file for free.
It's true. Actually, black's best move is putting like a pawn somewhere here. Just give the pawn back to save the king. But no, this is a clearly great initiative and attack for white. So we'll come right back, but let's check in on Divya and Humpy just because that game is of equal importance. It's just 2 games remaining for the first place prize. This is the final round of this rapid event. The rapid and blitz are not counted together but separate. And Soumya, I have to say, you were right that Divya's position just looks really good, especially if she pushes her pawn to d4 right now.
Wow. What? Wow. So it's not even a pawn sacrifice because the rook has come to the c file. She had moved it to d8, but then she quickly moved it to c8 back where the queen is now. At that point, the queen was on d1, so rook d8 makes sense. And now after queen c2, the rook comes back to c8. The other rook might come to d8, and d4 is such a nice move to play here. You want to get a passer.
Yes, and if you take, as you're saying, the queen is in line with the rook, so the queen first has to move, and then maybe even d3, though that does make that bishop look strong. So it's really difficult to decide on when to push the pawn. It's so committal, as you have said numerous times. Anytime you push a pawn, that's a commitment. But Divya is a bit ahead in the clock, and she will be able to use her time in this moment. But, she's looking at her game. She's also looking at Wenjun's game. Like, okay, I have an initiative, sure, but Wenjun's completely winning.
Are you also as impressed as I am right now by Divya's play in this game? Because she must have been in a very bad mood after losing that game, losing her lead, her sole lead, and now facing Humpy with the black pieces. Instead of being very timid about it, she has been so brave, fearless, not at all thinking about whom she is playing, but only about the position on the board.
Yeah, I must commend her. I mean, she's playing such an excellent tournament of chess. Round 8 was not her round. That was clearly her worst game, and that's probably why she lost. But she immediately composed herself, gets right back to the board and is playing well. So I'm with you. She's playing some great chess. But unfortunately for her, there's somebody who's playing at least as good chess, if not the best chess of the tournament, in Wenjun. That game, I think, is nearing its conclusion. Just to bring up that board again, the women's world champion did bring her queen up to h4. Your idea is well taken with the knight takes d7 and bishop h3. I don't see anything that black can do here.
Yeah, there is no reasonable defense for white's threats. Black goes bishop c8, which makes sense because now you cannot play bishop h3 because it will be hanging. But then bishop to d3, does that work?
All of these moves look good. Go after the knight, go after the queen. I think that any of these moves should do the trick.
Oh, bishop d3 will run into queen h3. That's
Right.
why you prefer bishop to e2 and attack the knight, right? I see it now, and knight of 6, queen h6. So that's just
right for the attack. I mean, this pawn on g7 is pinned over here, so bishop e2 looks very straightforward. You just attack a knight and likely win at least a pawn, and a checkmating attack after that. It's devastation on board.
there is just no defense, and it's so instructive, this game as well. Wenjun's game have been such good quality even after she made a mistake in this game. It's not exactly a mistake. So you have such a good feel of the position when you're the world champions, or of that strength, that even your mistakes cannot be dealt with by the opponent.
And it goes to show how amazing her position was to begin with, right? She had that knight on e5, control with the f4 and d4 pawns. And so even when she lost a pawn in the fashion she did, all it did was open up a line for her attack. And if you play g6, that doesn't defend the knight here. That pawn would be pinned. So I just don't see any move besides knight f6, but that looks like it should be checkmate in a few.
Let's go back to Divya's game, and before that, we should have a look at the poll results. The chat thinks that Divya will win 54% of the chat thinks that Divya will win this game, which is huge. 25% of the chat thinks Humpy will win the game, and only 21% thinks it will be a draw.
A draw feels unlikely.
Fan favorite there, Divya.
Yeah, I think a draw is unlikely just because since Wenjun is winning, Divya will feel that pressure to win herself. So a draw is like the last result she really wants. She'll finish in second place whether she draws or loses. So she might as well go all out for it if she's looking for first.
Wow. So do you want to stick to this game right now or go to Divya's game?
I'm feeling like Anna might just resign.
Yeah, because
which is,
she has 2.5 minutes on the clock.
she doesn't have much time and she really has few options. She would love to fight it out, but she's just losing material. And another issue is move f6 invites that knight into g6, where not only does it hit the rook, it threatens knight e7, forking the king and queen, and the knight is trapped after f6. So it seems too clear cut.
Wow, this is just devastation for black right here. Wenjun playing so strong, such strong chess. I want to have a look at the other games. Shuvalova and Harika, of course, drew. Irina Krush has a big advantage against Savita Sri, but we will stick to this one as it's the most important one in terms of the tournament standings. Yeah, there is a chat by Anita Drink saying, "Damn, Ju is just crushing," and it's so true.
Yes. It looks like queen h6, knight e8 was played very quickly by Anna there. And the evaluation bar actually went down quite a lot. So this is a big moment. Knight f6, this is the most obvious move. You're winning your pawn back with an attack, but apparently the engine didn't love it as much as something else, and suddenly we're looking at a position where black is ready to bring in some reinforcements for her king, and maybe she isn't quite as lost as initially appeared.
What? Okay, so basically one thing I keep missing every time I look at this position is bishop d3 is met by queen h3, and
Yes.
it's not checkmate on h7. So this is a big problem. Bishop h7 will be simply met with king h8, and there is no knight g6, no knight f7, none of that tricks happening.
That's unbelievable.
This is so unusual as well, right? You usually have a checkmate on h7. Rook g3, we don't have enough time for that. We want to control h3, but then rook d6. And what next? Queen h4 anyway?
And maybe queen h7. Like, if you can force the queens off the board, you really feel like you have a good chance to survive. Because actually, white structurally is in bad shape. if the queens just disappear, poof, then suddenly we have this backward e-pawn. Black will try to get f6 at the right moment, and there's all these weak light squares. So this could be a turnaround, and it's very surprising. That was the move that, of course, we were talking about, queen h6. Let's go back. Let's quote-unquote cheat. Let's use the engine for a second.
Maybe
Bishop d3 was the best move.
What? We were discussing this and we thought queen h3 and queen f6 is the point now because the knight on f6 is hanging.
Yes, there's no defense of this knight. And if you block with the knight, it looks like that you can just trade here, like queen takes h6, and the only defense walks into rook g7 and rook g1. So you give up 2 rooks for the queen, but because the black king is lacking in defenders, this is going to be a monster advantage for white.
Wow. This is actually, now that we see it, this makes sense. It's just that taking queen h6 also made sense and it was so natural. Anybody would have played this move, and after knight e8, well, suddenly there is a defense for black. What are white's options? This is what I noticed, that all these strong players know when to think. Wenjun taking her time. She doesn't play rook g3 immediately. She probably spots that rook d6, queen h4 and queen h7 will force a queen trade, and she doesn't want to allow that.
The only way to avoid a queen trade there is, let's set the rook d6, queen h4, queen h7, queen e7. Then the rook comes to h6, and who's attacking whom, right? This looks like suddenly black is much better with a vicious attack down the h-file. So this is a sudden potential turnaround. If Wenjun's not careful, maybe we should check in Divya real quick just to see if things have changed there, because this would be good news for her, as she may not feel like she has to win if Anna's holding.
Absolutely. Let's go to Divya's game. A lot of people in the chat think Humpy and Divya will make a draw, but as Robert said, that is very unlikely. Queen b1, queen a1 and bishop f6 blocking the bishop's path. I'm a little surprised with the move bishop f6. I thought that black needs to keep more pieces on the board because she has more space and white is cramped, and white simply doesn't have enough space for all her pieces. So when you exchange one piece of the board, you get more space for the other pieces that are left on the board, and this is not probably the best move by Divya in the game, but she anyway retains some advantage, some pressure.
Yeah, and she wants to get d4 in. I guess she realized she's never making that move happen because all of white's pieces are aiming towards that square. So black's turn right now, I'm not sure what to recommend. Maybe a rook c7, but I don't know where I'm even doubling my rooks if I want to. So it's not easy to pick out a move at this stage. I do feel like both sides have their struggles, and so Divya will be in time trouble. She's down to about 4 minutes. But she can feel at least a little bit happier. And actually, let's go back to the Ushenina game because things have just changed there again. With Wenjun, suddenly the queen is off the board. Look at this.
What?
Yeah, we saw the knight back, queen up to h3. So that's exactly what we're talking about. f5, she wants to trap this bishop with rook to g3. But black can play knight to d6 to attack this pawn, and that frees the bishop. And there's no checkmating attack that I see, at least not yet, although it does look scary in front of the black king because knight d6, f6, if g6, some kind of sacrifice here, I'm not sure. It looks really scary, but apparently the engine says, yeah, whatever.
This is so difficult for both the sides to play because knight d6, f6 has been played. And now there is no other move but to play g6, and Wenjun might take, so bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and then what next? King h8 will run into rook h6 and we win the bishop back, so king h7 has to be played. And then do we double on the g file, but then black offers a rook trade. This is such a long line to calculate, and I think the players are simply playing on intuition more than calculation in this position.
And the reason we're not taking with the knight, normally we would love to take with the knight, is that when the pawn takes, the king escapes to f7. So we're keeping this knight in the f7 eye, and that way we can keep the king stuck in the corner. But bishop takes g6 is one of those moves that when we get here, as you said, king h7 is important, and it says that it's actually equal all of a sudden. This check here, we could just go back and forth for a draw, but otherwise...
Yes, we must not blunder checkmate after king h8, knight g6.
No, that would be sad.
So black has to make only moves, which does make her task easier in time pressure, because any mistake will simply lead to checkmate. So it's easy to not choose that and play the other move. For white, she has her task cut out, whether she wants to sacrifice the bishop or not.
But as you're saying, the good news for Uchenna is her moves are easy. She's going to try to trade knights. She's going to try to trade bishops. Like, her plan is get rid of those attacking pieces. And if we see those trades, suddenly black is better.
This
right?
is, yeah.
If black's not getting checkmated, then black will be better in these positions.
And the f6 pawn might be a weakness in the endgame. Let's say the rooks are traded off.
For sure.
Wow, this game is so interesting. There's so much dynamism happening on this board. I am expecting Wenjun to simply take on g6 because it's so tempting. Would you do that in this position, Robert? If you were leading the tournament and you know that you need to win in order to at least tie.
I would do exactly what she's doing and think before I answer that question because, if I can force a draw, I'm going to store that in my back pocket and I'll spend all my remaining time. Because if I'm going to eventually make that draw, it's forced, it looks like, because the king can't escape, then that means that I can use all of my remaining seconds and then play it. So I would use all of my time here if that I find nothing better, or I'll try to figure out a better move, but I just don't see what white should be, because knight d7 is obvious, bishop f5 feels pretty obvious. I think that Anna's done a great job of staying in this game.
She has been such a cool defender all through the tournament. I mean, we saw her in pressure in so many games against Shuvalova, another game against Nino as well, and this one now. But she's done such a great job of defending tough positions in time pressure and turning around her games. Great news for Divya's fans as well, because Wenjun's result is so important for the first place championship match. And now Divya, Humpy managed to get a knight on e5. Can we go to that position quickly and come back here?
Go back to Divya with the black pieces against Humpy. So this is what happened. The king went out to f7, and that is a brave move, actually a very clever move, because if this trade happens on f6 and we take back with our queen, please take me, allow my king up. This is going to be a queenless middle game, an end game type of position where the king is safe out in the open. So then the knight came to e5 with check, and there is no way, no universe where she's going to take this knight. That feels like that would be a bad decision, giving white all the fun. She just is trying to figure out where does this king belong back on the last rank.
But why did she come king f7 in the first place? Maybe it was just a move to make like quickly because she has 2.5 minutes, and now she goes back king g8.
Yeah, she's gonna go king g8 back, and I think it's because black's pieces are all in their best squares. So it's not easy to come up with a move because any move might make your position a little bit worse. And after king to g8, is this knight going to stay here? That's a big question. And if you give white a turn, is this the move? But that might even allow bishop e2 with a repetition. I just don't really see easy moves for either side. That's why I like Humpy's lead on the clock.
Yeah, that's true. And I am also curious, if the knight remains on e5, can black now play g5 and h5 and h4?
Wow.
Which is the reason she has tempted white to go knight e5, and now she'll go back king g8. And okay, if white goes back knight f3, now I think again and decide what to do. Oh, that's exactly what happened.
We could see a repetition, and I think for Divya, it's one of these situations where we know she's a fighter, and nobody's going to question her spirit if she just decides to go king f7 and back and make a draw. We've talked about this even on this show, and I've talked about it many times. Draw offers, those are, I think, sometimes problematic for chess because you can't explain that to fans. But if what we're saying is true, that the position, every piece is on an optimal square, so bringing the king closer to the center for an endgame, that actually makes a lot of sense. And so does this knight e5 check, because white's pieces are all on pretty good squares. It's not easy for either side. So king f7, I really like the choice. I think objectively, this is the move that she should go for.
Wow, it's a very nice explanation there, Robert. The only piece I feel that could be improved is the bishop on a6. So maybe she can consider bringing it to h5 via b5 and e8, but it's a long plan. And I don't even know if it's as effective, because maybe the bishop is doing a great job on a6 and f1 diagonal, no?
It looks like it is. It's a really good piece. But I like your plan as well. If that bishop could get to h5, it would apply some pressure. She goes king f7. I think it is the best decision. She might have spent a little bit too much time because she's going to tempt Humpy into not repeating. Like, Humpy can make this rook c2 move, but then there's bishop d3 and you have to go back.
Right.
I just don't see how white can avoid these repetitions.
Yeah, I think white should be happy to take the draw because white's position is passive. We don't see a clear plan for white to take the initiative. The initiative is right now in black's favor, black's
Yes.
court, but she doesn't know what to do about it. It's not clear. So I think repetition would be the best choice for white. For black, she has an option to go king f8 even after knight e5 and refuse the repetition. But then what next?
I don't have the next part. That's a good question. But I do think that Black has done a great job. And you see Humpy there. She would love to win this game. She would love to find some aggressive chances here. And just to update everybody, Wenjun has not moved yet. She's still taking her time trying to figure that out. But this position is critical. If we see knight e5, we will likely just see a repetition, which is going to be a draw. I guess, do you see any other ideas for white? Like, can Humpy do anything besides this knight e5 maneuver?
I genuinely don't. That's why I'm surprised that I understand why she's taking her time because Divya has less than a minute on the clock while she has 3. But what good moves are available to white? Because if you play h4, you're actually creating a weakness in your own camp because the knight is ideally placed on e4, and black will be happy to see white create more weaknesses.
Look what move was just played. h4. You brought it up, and it was the choice of Humpy. You can't say she's not a fighter. She's going for more. And h6 would be my immediate response because I don't even think you're threatening anything on g5, but it still scares me somehow. So I would try to play h6. But then there could be an h5, and later this f5 pawn could be a target. These decisions are not easy, and Divya down to 30 seconds.
Wow, this is such a fighting game. We thought they are going to repeat, and now they both are like, no way. h6, another. I actually really like h6 because you're threatening g5. Even if you trade the pieces on f6, you bring your king to f6, which is always useful, and you have gained space on the king side. And there is an open h file maybe after h takes g5 and h takes back.
I'm looking, though, at h5, bishop h3, trade the bishops, knight h4. She says, no, I'm just going in the center. But I guess h5, if the bishops did get traded, that pawn might have gone too far. So it's one of these ideas that makes perfect sense, but you may not be able to execute it. And she can't, unfortunately, for Humpy, bring her knight to f4. If she could, like knight g6, unfortunately falls to bishop takes bishop, and the knight is hanging. But that's what she would love to accomplish.
So how about now h5 and knight g6? Because then the knight will be supported.
It's a big question. h5, she's not doing it.
She's not repeating. Wow.
And quickly, Divya plays king f7. She gains a little bit of time there.
Wow. And Wenjun is still thinking. Wenjun down to 1 minute 52 seconds, and she's still thinking. And her time is less than Anna's time right now.
But it's precisely what I said. If you're going to make the draw, you calculate every other variation, and it looks like she has officially made a move. So
She
let's quickly
played
go
rook g5.
to Wenjun's board. She played rook g5. No draw agreed on this board. And for Anna, who has now about the same amount of time, knight d7. I need to start trading pieces. I would desperately bring my pieces towards the king side to offer some trades.
I'm so surprised by Wenjun's decision. I mean, I understand it since you explained it that she took up all her time, but she took up too much of it, Robert. She's down to 1.5 minutes, 1 minute 53 seconds, okay, and plays rook g5, not taking the draw. So it's game is alive.
Game is alive, but she wants to keep the game alive. She wants to win this game. And look, bishop f5 was played. The engine didn't hate it, but it didn't really love it. Is there an exchange sacrifice? Can I open up the black king, bring in a rook to g1 just to show that super quickly? We might just see it on the board, but that's my first instinct is, can I do this and then bring this rook to g7, threatening knight takes f7?
Wow, that's a wonderful idea, Robert. I mean,
Look what happened.
She did take it. Wow. So Wenjun, I mean, this is such a beautiful motive of not taking the draw and then giving the exchange sack, and it's similar to what she would have got, but now it's not a draw. It might win the game for her with rook to g7 and knight f7 checkmate ideas.
It's a huge fight right now because there is a possibility for black at some point to sacrifice the exchange back. For example, if this king makes a run for it and the knight takes on f7, maybe you give up this rook back and eventually bring your king to g6. And by the way, Divya against Humpy, we're going to have to go back and forth, so bear with us, everybody. We will go from game to game. Look at this. G5 was the choice of Divya Deshmukh. She is not afraid. You mentioned as an idea. The engine approves of it. Look at her pawns on the 5th rank up here. She's going for the initiative.
It's a great choice by Divya, especially, psychologically also it's a great choice because Humpy committed with h4. She could have not done that, but she did, and now Divya has taken advantage of that. Whether it works for her or not doesn't matter, because now Humpy is under more pressure than she was when the pawn was on h2. And now rook g8 coming in, king h7, such a classy move.
She's going for the attack. There could be some danger for Humpy's king. She has a bit more time. She should use it wisely at this moment here. I don't know if you want to take, because that opens up the h file and only black's rook can use that, though this is a pretty good defense, usually against an attack. So let's see how Humpy responds. Quickly going to look to see, yes, Wenjun has brought her rook to g7, and then look at Anna Ushina's response. Rook d6. She wants to sacrifice an exchange in the square, bring her knight back to win this pawn on f6.
This is a great game by both the players, both of them fighting for all three results. Knight f7 on the board. You're literally predicting the game, Robert, and all of them are such amazing moves. Knight d7. What does white do now? Do we attack the f5 pawn, bring the knight to g3?
I guess, but black will probably play king g8 at some point. The issue is that this rook can't take the pawn because the knight's hanging. The knight, if it takes the pawn, you lose b7, but it'll only be one pawn down, and then this knight will jump out to g4. The rook will go to e6. I mean, Anna has chances. She is down on time. We're going to go back and forth. I don't think we have a choice right now. We'll go back to Divya's game really quickly. Divya, we see a trade on g5, and Humpy goes queen to e5. Do you like that queen trade?
I really like it, but I don't think black is taking it. Is black forced to take it, is my question.
I guess, because queen f7, this queen takes e4. What a tactic with knight takes g5. I'll just show why this would work out very well for white. You end up winning a pawn, and look at the engine saying barely changes anything because black is an initiative.
Engine is too unenthusiastic for us chess players. We love this kind of motives, and I think Divya will not allow it. So she plays queen takes, the queen knight takes, and now they've reached an end game. But the danger is not off for white, because the rooks could double on the h file in the future. Right now, of course, the c5 and d5 pawns are hanging. The hanging pawns become even more hanging in the end game, if you could put it that way.
It's true.
And maybe d4 is an option, but then we lose the pawn immediately after pawn takes, rook takes. Oh no, there is bishop. There is our bishop on c8.
So much to calculate here.
Yes.
We're trying our best to keep up with the players, but now Humpy down about to 30 seconds herself. Quickly going to look to see what's going on in Wenjun's game. Exactly what we anticipated. This knight did capture the f6 pawn, and as you point out, the knight comes to g3 to attack the f5 pawn. But will black be able to take and go rook e2 and maybe knight g4? Suddenly, both sides have their set of chances.
Absolutely. I mean, this could be anybody's game. As long as the players don't blunder, it is probably still in white's favor. But there is a great chance of blundering in these end games, because you are less on time, and with less time and such open positions, even though white is more in control, because the king on h8 is more stuck than the king on g2.
That's right. White's not only up a pawn, but as you're saying, the black king caught in the corner. This a7 pawn is loose. Even if some of white's pawns are under attack, it seems like the white king can help out and try to even deliver a checkmate at some point. So Divya, let's go back to her game against Humpy. We're just going to go back and forth. Oh, wow.
G4.
And it's an advantage for Divya all of a sudden. We see the move g4 played after the knight goes back to e1. Why is this so good for black? Is it d4 now? I think you can push forward. The bishop covers c8, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's so promising. If we get a passer, okay, she plays c4, not d4, not allowing knight to d3. What does bishop f1, a nice move by Humpy. The bishop on a6 is pinned, but can we take on b3 right now? Because rook c8 will be met with bishop takes on c8, and we don't lose the piece.
But look at the time. Both players down to 15 seconds. If I'm Divya, I want to keep the tension. This is not really even that big of a threat, I don't think, in many positions, because the black rook would love to get to the first rank. So, as if this is right, 5 seconds for Divya. She's definitely... Oh, she goes king e5 into the center. Yeah.
Great move. And the king is such a strong piece in the end game. It does such a good job of defending the d5 pawn. The rooks have doubled on file, but the c4 pawn is not hanging. There is actually no threat by black. So knight g5, another great move.
That's an amazing move. Just to quickly show everybody why. If the bishop takes on c4, the knight can come to h3 with check, and if the king slides away, there's rook takes c4, all sorts of pins here, and that's why we see, instead of taking on c4, bishop e2, a calm choice by Humpy. This game is crazy.
But anybody can blunder at any moment right now. C takes, you must take on c8, right?
But if you take, rook takes, I was thinking I could take this pawn. Oh my goodness, I think this was happening. Rook takes c8, rook takes a8. I think you can take on a2.
Wow, and rook c1, bishop takes, and then you support the pawn after rook a1. This is brilliant.
If she finds that, I mean, she deserves to win the tournament. It's so much more tempting to play bishop takes c8. She's calculating. She might spot it. That is absolutely incredible if she plays b takes a2 here.
Divya Deshmukh in form in this game, in the tournament.
She
takes
does it. Oh my goodness, she just took on a2 and she might win this tournament, because the point is the rook needs to slide back. The bishop simply takes and retreats to c4. The passed pawn is worth the material.
Wow, this is amazing. What an amazing game by Divya in a must-win situation. Rook e8 by Humpy, but it doesn't help. There is a queen which is going to occur. There is no way to stop it. Yes, knight c2, but bishop takes, and then all her pieces are tied down.
Yeah, this rook would need to win this a-pawn, but as soon as rook a happens, a6, a very calm move. The bishop does protect. Yes, the knight comes in first.
And look at the king on h1, Robert. It's never going to get out.
And it couldn't go to g2 because knight e1 check, distracting the knight away. So every move has been perfection from Divya Deshmukh right now, and she should play the very calm but strong a6, keep the rook away from being behind the pawn.
She plays knight e1, attacking. Okay, knight e1 met by knight a1. Knight goes further into the corner, and now a6. She can play bishop d3 and knight c2 next. So rook c8 by Humpy, preventing that. But anyway, bishop d3 on the board.
She wants knight c2. She just wants to. Oh, but the rook can take on c2. That would be a blunder. Oh my gosh! I tried to get tricky, but I tricked myself.
But okay, rook c1 will be played, and maybe knight f3 back. You don't need to panic at all. Knight c2.
She made the blunder. Unless her king is fast enough.
Yeah.
Rook has to take. It is. So the rook has to take, because if the knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes, a1 equals queen at the end, just to show very, very quickly. That allows black to queen and win. And after rook takes, bishop takes, knight takes, she calculated very quickly that her king is just too fast.
Wow.
It scared me, though.
Wow, this is an amazing game by Divya Deshmukh. Deserves the win. If she gets it in, she just might. She's more likely to.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to Vantika Agarwal. She beat Nino Batsiashvili, it seems. So if Divya wins this game, she might just win the tournament. I'll quickly flash the game between Wenjun and Anu Ushenna. That king on h3, it's stuck. The black pieces are stopping the passed pawn. So we could see a potential draw in this game, and a shocking win for Divya Deshmukh to win this tournament. I think we should go back to Divya's game, just because the final moves may be near in that one. King to c4 played, and Humpy is down.
Oh, she has resigned, and Divya, look at Divya's face. She's so... What happened there?
She won. Divya won the game. It was a resignation, and Divya's looking up at the other game in disbelief. I think she's almost in happy tears. She's so much energy has been put into this tournament.
Divya... That's exactly what is happening. Just look at her body language. It's as if she's so grateful and she's so proud of herself right now. She cannot believe that she has beaten Koneru Humpy with the black pieces in such incredible style.
She should be proud of herself, and all of India should be proud of her. She beat Humpy with black, and Humpy was on fire.
She's in tears,
yeah.
Robert. Can you see?
No, she is a teenager, and she just might have won her first humongous tournament. So Divya Deshmukh, she wins the game. Let's quickly go back. We'll see Divya on screen. And
this is so beautiful to watch. We must just keep her on the screen. Like, she is so proud of herself.
Because the other game's a draw. This is an equal ending right now between Wenjun and Anu Ushenna. So I think that Anna's biggest fan in the world is Divya right now. Like, please just hold on to this game. It's an extra pawn for Wenjun, but it's a rook pawn. It's not advanced. That means that Divya Deshmukh should win the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid event.
What a beautiful moment that was. I mean, she completely deserves it. Let's stick to this game, and then we will try to get Divya on the street. This was extremely
It looks like the players may just be playing out the last moves of this event, but it's going to be Divya Deshmukh's tournament victory. I don't even believe it's saying out loud because initially when I was invited here, she wasn't a part of the tournament.
Yes, we were surprised to even see her name in the tournament. Rook f3 on the board, and it is a draw on the board. A draw has been agreed, and Divya won the tournament, Robert.
And all of India should be proud. I know Pragyan has been front page news, but
just
her.
let's have her on the screen. She deserves this moment.
She won the tournament, and this is a moment that she will never, ever forget. We were worried for her after she lost the 8th round, but she came back in style, beating India's number 1 woman, Humpy Kanner, with the black pieces, and she took the fight to her with the hanging pawns. She earned every bit of that victory.
She absolutely did. I mean, what a tournament to have. She's been sensational in this tournament, and the whole world is watching. I'm so glad for her. Let's have her on the screen as soon as we can. We do have her here.
Wow.
Oh, wow, Divya. We're so impressed right now.
Wow, this is amazing. And we see that actually there are still some games going. But of course, as Irina and Savita, they play it out, we will invite Divya into the studio and just hear her thoughts about what was seriously just one of the craziest tournaments ever as this game concludes. We do have Divya, it's so many questions for you to ask, but the first question is, we saw your face there. Could you yourself believe it?
No, I am almost trying so hard not to break down right now. This is, I would say, not at all what I expected, because I was watching Drew's game in between the round, and it seemed like she was completely winning, and I had absolutely no hope. So I was like, okay, since I saw that Polina drew one, I was anyways going to get second. I was like, okay, let's just try something, and it worked.
It was so impressive the way you conducted yourself in this game, especially after losing the penultimate round. You pulled yourself back together. What did you do in the break, Divya?
I was trying to get myself back together. I did not have much time. I had only like 20 minutes, so I was preparing for Kanner.
And what a wonderful game. You had a chance to repeat. You refused the repetition and continued with your initiative in a time pressure situation. How was your feeling? Is this your first game against Humpy?
Yes.
It's your first game against India number 1, world number 4, and you beat her with the black pieces. You must be so proud of yourself.
I am. I really am.
And with that, you have also won the tournament. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful way to win a tournament,
And
Robert.
It's amazing because you, at the opening ceremony, you said you're just happy to be here. And the expectations weren't on you. The pressure wasn't on you. Did you feel pressure coming into today?
Yes, I definitely felt it. I was very nervous before my first game, and I think it affected my quality of play today.
Not in the third game. This last game here, that was extremely high quality game.
Last game, I think, okay, like I said, Polina had already drawn, and I saw that she was like clearly winning, so I had no hopes, so I just went all in.
Seriously, we were here in the studio just going crazy because you did have the opportunity to repeat. How seriously did you take that option to make the draw?
I took it seriously. I think the first time she repeated, because I could not find plans for myself. But after she played h4, I felt that somehow something could happen on the g file, and I should just, go for it.
Can you even explain what this means to you? We were just shocked.
That moment was so beautiful, and we don't get to see such a reaction from chess players usually. But we could just see how much it meant to you, Divya. Like you were almost in tears.
I am still in tears. I am trying so hard not to cry.
Whom would you like to thank for this moment, if we may know?
I would like to thank my coach. And I would obviously like to thank my dad. It was very sweet of him. I had just lost to Polina, and then he came down and he was like, "Are you okay? Let's go for a walk." I said, "I'm not in a mood," so he just sat down and he's like, "It's okay. You're a great player." So yeah, my dad, my parents, my entire support system.
You know, it's sometimes our parents do lie to us. He's not lying. You are a great, great player, and you showed your class. I mean, to win with black against Humpy like that, I mean, the chat was going crazy for you.
Yes, the chat is so happy for you.
so
And do you
sweet.
know, in the poll, the chat voted for you to win the game.
It's so sweet.
So, and they were right. I mean, they have been following your career, and you have just shown everyone what you're made of. I mean,
Thank
you're
you.
here to belong.
Thank you.
It's crazy that you also have 2 days of Blitz ahead of you because
Yeah.
one tournament ends, the next begins immediately.
Yeah.
Are you excited for the Blitz?
Actually, Blitz is the only part I'm excited about. I was not here for the Rapid. I did not want to play Rapid. When I was growing up, I always used to play these World Youth tournaments, and always in Rapid I used to lose. Always. So I've somehow had a mentality that I'm not so good in Rapid. So yeah, that's why I was not here for the Rapid. I was here for the Blitz.
Oh, that's wonderful. We hope you have an awesome Blitz tournament as well, Divya. But for now, we are so proud of you. And this is such an amazing moment. Please, thank you so much for sharing this moment with us. And please go to your dad. You must share this moment with him immediately.
Yeah, we don't want to take any more time from that. But congratulations, Divya.
Thank you.
Wow, and you see the final results of the last round. Divya Deshmukh wins with the black pieces against the legendary Humpy Koneru. Wenjun was only able to make a draw despite having a winning position. She ends up in second place. And then we saw Savita Sri wins with the black piece. We actually did not get to see the finale of that, but she wins with the black piece. Great for her to end on that note. And Vantiga wins against Nino Batsias. Really, the Indians had a great final round, except unfortunately for Humpy Koneru. But, you know, even though it's sad for Humpy, I think India is very happy for Divya.
Yes, and that's the nature of a sport. In order for someone to win, someone has to lose, and these the results are always unexpected in sport. That's the joy of watching sport. So I'm sure the fans got what they were here for, and of course, to have an Indian win the tournament is a big deal. You know, Robert. This is the second edition of the women's event. The fans have got a star to cheer for in the third edition because Divya will be the defending champion in the third edition, and for now, of course, she deserves all the accolades that she's gonna receive.
Just amazing to see the emotion, the raw emotion when she had won her game, but the other one was still going. She sensed that she was about to win the tournament, and it just hits you, right? It just really hit her on the spot, and so sweet of her to thank her coach and her dad, who understood that while he wanted to give words of encouragement, she asked for some space. He gave that to her and just reminded her that she's a great player. I mean, it really almost brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so emotional, and yes, as you said, it's emotional even for us to see her in that moment. This has been a fun coverage, Robert. I've enjoyed the Rapid event. I'm really looking forward to the Blitz from tomorrow. And any final thoughts on the day?
So many. I just really want to congratulate Divya Deshmukh on coming back after losing the 8th game to win with the black pieces like that in round 9. It's amazing. Wenjun, always a worthy competitor, the women's world champion, showing true class throughout the event. She did not lose a single game. She was steady, and even though she didn't win the tournament, she was so close. That 9th game, in most other occasions, would go her way. But I think when all is said and done, we congratulate everybody, but really Divya deserves a world of praise. I hope that all of India celebrates her success because it was completely unexpected. The odds were against her. She wasn't even supposed to be here.
Absolutely. What a fairy tale Cinderella story, and she deserves it. She's worked hard for the opportunities, and when it came her way, she made full use of it. Congratulations to Divya Deshmukh. We will see you tomorrow in the Blitz, which starts at 3 p.m. IST and with the same players as the Rapid. So do join us tomorrow, guys. For now, we will leave you with your emotions, and maybe you get to also watch the match. The cricket match.
Oh yeah, we got to run. I mean, all of India has to run too.
Do.
So we'll see you tomorrow for the fun Blitz. But for now, enjoy yourselves and congratulations to Divya Deshmukh.